A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. Boy, oh boy, was Mrs. Jones burned up. Well, she acted as if something terrible had happened.
What did you do?
Well, you see, this morning she was busy washing clothes, so she asked me will I go to the store for her.
Yeah?
And, well, when I get to the store, I can't remember the name of the soap she wants.
Uh-oh.
But I figured one time's as good as another.
And that shows all you know about it.
Yeah, that's what Mrs. Jones said. Young man, she says, very indignant-like. If you ever had a big wash to do, you know when I tell you I want does. I want does.
What does?
What does? Well, you wouldn't ask that if you had heard Mrs. Jones. Why, she says this does the new kind of granulated soap. And it sure must be wonderful stuff. Mrs. Jones says does all three kinds of wash. Towels, work shirts, crayons, everything.
Yes, have you found out how this one amazing new soap does everything in the wash? Why, you can take your nicest colored washables, your pretty rayon slips and dresses, and turn them right over to Does. And Does will do them with far greater safety for those pretty colors than you get in any other leading granulated laundry soap. And yet, Does doesn't back down on tough jobs, not a bit. It gets heavy work shirts clean without any hard scrubbing and no boiling. And as for your white pieces, say, Does will show you just how really dazzling white your towels and linens can be. Why, no soap made washes clothes whiter than Does. Honestly, once you try Does, you'll see it's not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind. You've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it. So, just ask for Does, D-U-Z, in the big red and white box. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Poor Molly Goldberg's feeling pretty low, extremely low. For all the bright plans for the wedding of Orianne and Dr. Taylor were ruined when she got Sammy's message from New York. Sammy said the wedding wasn't going to take place, and Molly shouldn't make preparations. At least, that's the way Molly got the message. And now she's canceling everything. Listen.
What's it to do? What's it to do? What is so nice? Nothing, Daley, nothing. Nothing to tell. Didn't said nothing. I only said what to do, I said. Rosalie, don't stand. Call me the butcher, Rosalie, before he delivers me. Are you going to cancel everything? I'm going to cancel everything, Professor. I'm going to cancel everything. What do you mean I'm going to cancel everything? If there's no wedding, I have to cancel everything, no? Of course. And take me out the list of all my guests and cancel also. All right. That's what to do. Cancel it now. Faye?
Yes.
Where you going, Goldbergs?
Over to Dr. Taylor's father.
Wait, dear. Wait, I'll go with you.
It's not necessary.
Don't stand, Rosalie. I said call everybody.
I asked you not to invite.
I asked me not to invite. You said there was going to be a wedding. So there was going to be a wedding. I had to invite, no? For who did I invite it? For who did I invite it? I invited friends. To a wedding, you invite friends. No? Rosalie, don't stand. I'm going now. Where's the butcher? Wait for me, Ray, dear.
Don't detain me, Molly, please.
Not consequential now, Ray, dear, if you're detained, Ray.
Don't start, Molly.
I'm starting. Of course. Just like I was present on the scene. Just exactly like I was present on the scene. Dr. Taylor got on the train. He surprised Orianne. Just as if I was there, Ray. I can see the whole transaction. What is it?
Why should it? You're just over there, no?
Can't cancel me. No. You can't cancel me. So tell him very well. Did you tell him that there's no wedding? Will you take him now to the blossoms blooming spring?
Well, see if your deduction.
To the deduction. I have no deduction. I have no deduction. I can imagine exactly what happened on the train and why.
So tell me.
Now call me all the guests, Rosalie. A woman wants a man to be gentle. If Dr. Tater came to me with this topsy-turvy and turvy-topsy idea that he came to use it, I would have told him no from the very beginning. I would have told him. So, there was ideas, there was plans for a wedding, for happiness, for joy. But of course, I was excluded.
So?
So nothing. For nothing at all. I'm only making a statement. A woman wishes to be wooed and won with. What is a courtship without being...
What?
What do you mean, what? Want to know what happened? It's not enough that you said Cantor to tell her a mistake. Tell her a mistake. Very dear. A woman wants...
I'm waiting to hear what?
Love. Gentle spoken words.
They are women and women.
Not when it comes to love. She wants to know if it was a sound or not. Don't answer questions. So don't answer questions. Give me the phone. Who's Miss Tabor? Yes. Hello? Hello, Mrs. Tabor? Mrs. Goldbergs? Yes. Well, I was trying to give you the details. I can only tell you that when Sammy will come back, so we'll know more. We will know more. Now call me Mrs. What's that? Just 1 minute, Rosalie. Take the phone right now. Please. Yes. So? She wants to talk to you. I just spoke to her. Tell her I can't talk further. Something is boiling over on the stove, and I'm not in the mood. It's canceled, and that's all.
And meanwhile, on the train that's coming to Glastonbury, Sammy lurches up the aisle looking for a seat. Every seat is filled, but suddenly he sees an empty one near a young man who's staring out of the window into the winter darkness.
Excuse me, is this seat taken? Why, no. No, it isn't. Thank you. Pardon me. Yes. Do you have a timetable? Well, I had one. Must have put it somewhere. Oh, here it is. Keeping my place in the book. Here you are. Thank you. I want to see if this train makes a stop at the next station. I've got to get in touch with my mother. I'm wondering whether I'll have time to call. You can have your timetable if you like. I don't need it anymore. Thank you. Dover. 10 minutes. Hope that'll be long enough to call. Why? Is anything wrong? Can I help you? Oh, well, it's only that my mother must be all confused. I tried to call her, but we were disconnected. And then I had to make this train. Well, I hope it isn't serious. My mother's quite a worrier, too. Oh, my mother isn't that way. It's just that I wanted to know something. I'm afraid she's got the whole thing bungled up. Do you live in the country all year round? Yeah. Well, I'm going to try it for a while. Well, you won't find the country so quiet. I haven't. I'm from the city. And like most city people, I suppose I exaggerate the simplicity of country life. Well, let me tell you, it's overrated as a resting place. I don't think I've been so chased around and excited and confused for 20 years. It's funny, too. Well, here's your timetable. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Makes a good bookmark, anyway. What's that you're reading? Reason and Science? Yes. Santayana's book. Have you read it? I never could make head or tail out of it. I'm almost an engineer. I suppose you know too much about practical science to have any sympathy with a philosopher and a poet. Oh, not that. I just couldn't get the hang of it. Well, I could give you the hang of it if you wanted it. But I'm afraid it's going to take more time than this paint tip can give us. I've tried to write myself without too much luck. I've tried also, with the same result. It's one of those many a chord but few are chosen things. They certainly didn't choose me. Would you please keep an eye on my things? I want to go and get a drink. Sure, of course. I'll be right back.
Oh, so there you are, Sammy.
Why, Dr. Cater.
Well, I've been hunting you through the whole train. There's a seat up near where I am.
Okay, I'm just watching these things for fellows sitting here. My mother is going to be so angry she won't talk to us for weeks.
Oh, she'll get over it.
I don't think this whole plan of yours was so...
neither do I.
I couldn't get in touch with my mother either.
Excuse me, Dr. Cater.
Walter Jerome.
Well,
imagine meeting... Well, this is a surprise.
Say, what is?
This is the young man I was telling you about, Sammy. Walter Jerome, Sammy Goldbergs.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Goldberg?
Oh, so you fixed the day to come out.
Why? Is it the wrong day?
Oh, it's the best day in the world to fix. Come along, both of you. We've got room up front now. I want to introduce you to my wife, Walt.
Your wife?
Huh.
I didn't know you had a wife.
Well, I've had her only, let's see, 40 minutes?
And 23 seconds.
minutes and 23 seconds.
So Molly's in for a great surprise and a very happy one, although all her plans for the wedding are ruined. Chris and Oriane got married in New York, and Martha got the message garbled. Say, tell me, are you putting up with a halfway soap for your dishes? You are if you use a bar soap because it doesn't have real speed. Or if you use a tough granulated soap, it falls short on safety for your hands. Well, you don't need to bother with halfway soaps anymore because new Does is here. Yes, Does is that amazing new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe you me, it has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra kindness to your hands. Why, just notice how wonderfully smooth and soft your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. You see, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet no soap made gets dishes clean faster than Does. Why, it cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. You can tell the difference in Does right in the start. So try it today. Does has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Molly gets a great surprise, and Sammy gets a new friend. Next time on The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The night played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Marine base at Camp Pendleton, California, we bring you our two-fisted master of ceremonies.
Well,
a man who has been known to chin himself 10 times before he could pull down the handle on a slot machine, Jack Benny.
wow. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who never played a slot machine in his life, talking. And Don, I may be a little flabby now, but when I was the age of these boys in our audience, I was as tough and physically fit as any one of them. Why, when I was 17 years old, I worked a whole summer at a lumber camp in the North Woods.
Lumber camp in the North Woods? Were you a lumberjack jerk?
What?
I said, were you a lumberjack jerk?
A lumberjack jerk?
Well, I can't say were you a lumberjack jack. It doesn't sound right.
All right, then why don't you say, was I a lumberjerk jack?
But jerk, there's no such thing as a lumberjerk.
Look, Don, let's start over. When I was 17 years old, I worked in a lumber camp in the North Woods.
Were you a lumberjack, John?
John, that's... No, that's better. No, Don, I wasn't.
Well, were you a stripper, a man who used the bark from the mighty monarchs of the forest?
No, I wasn't, Don.
Well, did you ride the logs down the river and break up jams by sheer brute strength?
No, I didn't, Don. No.
Well, what was your job in the camp?
I used to go around with a needle and remove slivers from the lumberjack's finger. Oh, at the end of the day, I'd be exhausted, you know.
Exhausted from removing slivers?
Well, that wasn't the only job I had, Don. I was also a BBR.
What's that?
A baby bird remover. You see, before any tree could be cut down, I had to climb up in the branches and remove all the little baby birds from the nest.
Oh, I see. Then you'd climb back down the tree with the birds in your arms.
No, I didn't carry them in my arms. You see, Don, just as I got up to the nest, I'd whistle like a mother robin, and all the little birds would jump into the can of worms which I had tied on top of my head. I'll never forget the day I was attacked by an infuriated woodpecker.
A woodpecker? Was she mad?
I think so. She tapped out, "I hate you," in Morse code on the back of my neck. And they have sharp beaks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hi, Jack, Don. What are you shooting the breeze about?
Shooting the breeze? Well, Mary, I see you're using some marine slang. Where'd you pick it up?
Well, I met a couple of Liberty Hounds who were on the beach at Oceanside last night, and we all went to a restaurant for a cup of joe with sidearms.
Oh, I get it. You met a couple of Marines on leave and had coffee with them. You know, that lingo is nothing new to me. I used to talk like that when I was a Marine during the First World War.
Oh, pardon me, Jack, but weren't you a sailor during the World War?
Oh, yes.
He was a Marine during the Spanish-American War.
Mary, it so happens that during the Spanish-American War, I was just a bashful kid hiding behind my mother's apron.
But they came and got you, and in you went.
That you're making up, you know. Well, while we're on the subject of Marines, Mary, let me tell you something. If I wasn't 2 years over the age limit, I'd join tomorrow. Of course, 7 weeks in boot camp might be a little tough on me.
7 weeks?
Yeah.
7 minutes in boot camp, and you die with your boots on.
Oh, I could stand it. Say, any man who has spent as much time as I have in the lumber camps in the North Woods has got to be tough.
Oh, go sit in a bird's nest.
I didn't sit in a bird's nest. I rescued the egg. Well, if it isn't the knucklehead kid. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. What's all the chin music about?
Chin music? Where'd you get hold of that marine lingo, Dennis?
I know all of it.
You do?
Yeah, get this. Last night I bumped into a couple of Liberty Hounds on the beach at Oceanside, and we bought a bottle of red lead and got cockeyed.
Dennis, red lead happens to be ketchup. Now, how could you get cockeyed on ketchup?
I'm about the only guy I know that can do it.
Oh, boy, what an imagination.
I get a bang out of mustard, too, but it's habit forming.
But it's what, Dennis?
It's habit forming.
Oh. Well, Dennis, before you go on another binge, how about singing a song for the boys?
Okay, but I didn't get a chance to rehearse this morning. The orchestra didn't show up.
Oh, so the orchestra didn't show up. Where's that Phil Harris? Oh, Phil, were you calling me, you D.I. headache? That I don't see here at all. Huh? Yes, come on over here, Phil. Come on. Say, Phil, Dennis tells me that you and your orchestra boy didn't show up for rehearsal this morning. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Like Paul Revere said at Bunker Hill, I cannot tell a lie.
Phil, Paul Revere didn't say that. It was George Washington.
Well, you used to knock around with them guys. I got to read about them.
Phil, look, don't evade the issue. Why didn't you and your boy show up for rehearsal this morning?
We didn't hear the bugle.
Now cut that out. I want the truth.
Well, it's like this, Jackson. Me and the boys went down to Tijuana last night on a goodwill mission.
I see. Continue.
Well, it was pretty hot down there, and some of the boys got thirsty. So I said, well, let's go in this drugstore here and get a tall, refreshing glass of water.
Uh-huh.
So I speak a little Spanish myself, you know. So I says to the guy, I said, give us all a glass of tequila. That's water, you know, Bon Aqua.
Water, Phil, for your information, tequila is an intoxicating beverage.
Well, bless my soul.
Now, Phil, what happened after you drank that tequila?
Well, let's see. You know, it's hard to pack this stuff together, Jackson.
Well, concentrate. What happened?
Well, now, let me see. Now, after we left the drugstore, we followed a beautiful Mexican dame to her home, and I sang some songs under her balcony.
Well,
did you ever get smacked right in the kisser with a tamale?
No, but so much for romance south of the border. Well, let's have your song, Dennis. Oh, by the way, kid, I saw that, Dennis, I saw that movie you just made, Powers Girl, and you were swell. I watched you all through the picture.
Thank you.
Well, that's Benny for you. A picture full of beautiful models, and he can't take his eyes off the tenor.
Quiet. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. That was In My Arms, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. I'm sure all the Marines here enjoyed it very much. And now, ladies
by
and
the way,
gentlemen...
Jack, as long as we're here at Camp Pendleton, I have a story I'd like to tell you about a young man who wanted to join the Marines.
Is it a true story, Don? I mean, is it believable?
Oh, yes. It happened to a friend of mine, Homer B. Leavable.
I see. Well, tell us the story, Don.
Well, Mr. Leavable was a young man, 17 years of age, who wanted to join the Marines.
Oh.
So one morning, Homer went to a Marine recruiting station and, to his dismay, found that he was 12 ounces underweight. So he was rejected.
12 ounces underweight? Too bad.
However, Homer was undaunted. He went home, rushed into the kitchen, and ate a whole 12-ounce economy-sized package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nut flakes.
Paper and all?
No, he put them in a bowl.
Go ahead.
Well, that very same day, he went back to the recruiting office, and the doctor said, "Congratulations, young man, you've made the weight."
And he got in the Marines?
No, the added weight gave him flat feet.
Well, that was tough luck, Don. Very good, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, do you think that was a true story?
Sure, lots of people have flat feet. Look at yours.
Mary, I haven't got flat feet.
Go on. Your footprints in the sand have fooled many a duck hunter.
There's very little buckshot in my bathing suit, Miss Livingston. It was those water wings that fooled them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are offering a very unusual play. About 200 years ago, on the very site of this Marine base, Camp Pendleton, there was a great Mexican ranch known as the Rancho Santa Margarita. So this evening, we would like to show you what life was like on a typical rancho in those early days. In other words, our sketch will take you back 200 years.
And don't think we haven't got the jokes for it.
You're crabbing everything. Inasmuch as I am the only member, Chuck Reisner won't like it, inasmuch as I am the only member of our cast who speaks Spanish, I will play the part of a wealthy landowner, Don Jose Benet.
I speak Spanish, Mr. Benny.
You do? Now, the part of my daughter...
Si yo conocía una vez, señorita, me enseñó a hablar español y comer enchiladas también.
Yes, sir. Now, the part of my daughter...
What did Dennis say to you, Jack? What's he talking about?
I don't know.
But you said you spoke Spanish.
I speak it, but I don't understand it. Now, the part of my daughter...
Bueno, señor Benny, diga usted algo, estoy ansioso.
Bonus notches, Dennis. Bonus notches. Now, the part of my daughter... I can't speak Spanish, eh? Now, the part of my daughter... Conchita Rosita Margarita Pepita Benet will be played by Mary Livingston. Phil Harris will be a Yankee salesman, and Don...
Yes, Jack?
To make the rancho authentic, you're playing the part of a herd of cattle. So, pin these 500 tails on your pants and let's get going. Huh? Now, this play will be presented immediately after a band number by Phil Harris. How about it, Phil?
Well, I'd like to, Jackson, but we didn't have no chance to rehearse and it'll sound ragged.
What?
You know, it won't be my usual smooth, dreamy style.
Dreamy? Phil, just because people close their eyes when they hear you play, don't let it go to your head. Now, let's have it. Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Now, listen, Rochester, when you left Los Angeles last night, I told you to be here for the program today. Now, where are you?
Well, a friend of mine offered to drive me to Camp Pendleton, but on the way down we got a flat tire.
I see. Between Los Angeles and Camp Pendleton, you had a flat tire. Where are you calling from?
Tijuana.
Tijuana?
Tijuana, come down here until I come up there.
You come up here. And let me ask you something, Rochester. In driving from Los Angeles to Camp Pendleton, how could you possibly get to Tijuana, which is 50 miles south of here?
Well,
what?
Well, boss.
Well, boss, what?
Are you well, boss?
Yes, I'm well. Now, Rochester, I want the truth. You went down to Tijuana for a good time, didn't you?
Oh, no, boy. All I had since I've been here is a couple of glasses of buttermilk.
Buttermilk, eh? Are you sure that wasn't tequila you drank?
It could be, but I stick out as lit as both ends.
I thought so. Now, listen, Rochester, I want you to get right over here to Camp Pendleton. I promised these boys you'd do a song for them.
Okay, I'll be there.
Good. Did you bring your music with you?
It's right on my hip, boss. I wrapped a bottle of buttermilk in it.
Well, see you later. Goodbye. Don't worry, fellas. He'll be here, and I'll have him do a song for you.
Gosh, if he's in Tijuana now, he can't possibly get here in time for the program.
This is radio, kid. Wake up. Bonehead notches. Play for I play about life on the rancho 200 years ago. Now, remember, Mary, you're going to be my daughter. Phil, you're the Yankee salesman. And Don, you're a herd of cattle.
How many heads?
Just one head, Don. Like I told you, 500 tails. All right, let's get going.
What about me, Mr. Benny? Am I going to be in the play?
Oh, yes. Pardon me, kid. Dennis, you're going to be my daughter's sweetheart, Don Deniso Dopo. So here we go to the Rancho Benet. Curtain. Music. Don Jose Binet. I am one lucky man. I have beautiful daughters, I have beautiful rancho, and 500 head of beautiful cattle. They are so big, so fat. I think I will send them to market soon.
No!
Okay, I wait. Here come my little daughter, Conchita, Rosita, Marquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Benet.
Ah, my papa, Don Jose Benet, with a lousy toupee.
Conchita, my darling, I have good news for you. Tomorrow you marry Don Deniso Dopo, big tortilla man from Tijuana.
But I have never seen this Don Dopo. He's a stranger to me.
After the wedding, you will get acquainted. Don Deniso Dopo make fine husband, Conchita. Marry him, and you will have 5, maybe 10, maybe 15 children.
Boys or girls?
Mix them up. Mix them up. Mix them up, that's all. Then it is settled. Here comes Don Dopo from the depot. He stopped quick. Come in. Don Dopo, did you have nice treats?
Si.
Come here, Don Dopo. I would like to present to my daughter, Conchita, Rosita, Marquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Patuta, Benet. You like her, yes?
Oh, yes, vea. Espero ansiosa el momento de tenerla en mis brazos.
You understand what he say, Conchita?
Only the whistle.
I must talk with Don Dopo alone, Conchita. So go in the kitchen and put kettle on.
But I am already wearing sombrero.
Put kettle on stove, not on head. Now scramble.
Oh, you mean I should take the powder?
Yes. Now, Don Dopo, we talk business. If you marry my daughter, I give you 50 cow.
Only 50 cow? If I marry Don Pedro Alvarez's daughter, he give me 50 cow and throw in the bowl.
But I am not throwing the bull. I really give you 50 cow. You will marry Conchita, Rosita, Marquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Benita, Benet tomorrow. And your brother Pancho, he will be best man.
But my brother Pancho is dead. He was killed by a weasel.
How could a man be killed by a little weasel?
He was standing on the track. The train came along and he did not hear the weasel.
That is one big joke. I am laughing.
Even Pancho went to pieces.
Anyway, it is settled. You will marry my daughter tomorrow. Now, if you will help me, I will call her in. Oh, Conchita, Rosita, Marquita, Pepita, Lolita, take it.
Juanita, Anita, Francisca, Calita, take it.
Tosolita, Belita, Benet. Will you come in here, please?
Were you all calling me all?
We're south of the borders, huh? It is settled, my daughter. Tomorrow we will have wedding, and you will marry Don Dopo.
But I do not love these Dopo. I love Gringo.
What Gringo?
Phil with the curly Harris.
Phil Harris. Last week he mixed up program with ad lib. Yes.
Who is this Gringo? I will kill him.
Be careful, Don Dopo. Phil Harris is one tough hombre. He is big man.
I got no care for him. I no care if he is twice my big and 3 times my heavy. I kill him.
Here he come now, my Americano.
Must be same horse. He is coming into the house. Don Dopo, what are you doing with that knife?
I got hangnail.
Come in. Oh, my lover, my sweetheart.
Conchita, Rosita, Marquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Anita, Benita, Francita, Carlita, Belita, Margarita, Benet, I love you.
Who do you
love.
I'm not going through that again, sister.
Now listen to me, Gringo. I do not care how much you love my daughter. I have promised her to Don Dope.
And don't forget those 50 cows.
You will get them.
But, Papa, I love Americano.
I do not care. Listen, Gringo. I give you just 3 to leave this rancho.
Look out, Phil. He's got a gun.
You're on my side. All right, Gringo. I am going to count 3, and if you do not leave, I will shoot. 1, 2. Darn it, I forgot the Spanish word for 3. I don't care. I shoot you anyway. Miss me. And I will shoot Don Dopo. He's closer.
Miss me, too.
Well, I know one thing I cannot miss. Well, see, Don, everybody, we will have steak for dinner. And now, fellas, here's Rochester all ready to sing Taking a Chance on Love from a Zoo picture, Cabin in the Sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States has a job to do. We're marching together to... That was something for the boy. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the recreation hall here at Gardner Field, we bring you that old-time pin-up boy, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you may have meant that as a gag, but I am the pin-up boy for thousands of whacks all over the country. What Betty Grable is to the men, I am to the fair sex.
Well, tell me, Jack, what's the most popular picture of you that the girls pin up?
It's a pose of me in bathing trunks, Don, and I have the hair on my chest clipped so it spells welcome. On the way to the photographer's, 4 people stopped and wiped their feet on me. Anyway, Don, here we are at Gardner Field. And if I was in the Air Force, this is where I'd like to be stationed. I mean, the climate here is so cool and refreshing.
Cool?
Yeah.
Why, I stepped outside a few minutes ago and the thermometer said...
Don. That's a military secret, you know.
But these fellows in our audience are all soldiers. Can't we tell them?
No, Don. And stop perspiring. That's a clue. You know, we have to be careful about the information we give out.
Oh, that's right. The enemy have their ears to the ground.
Well, they're laying down all over, if that's what you mean. But one thing about the climate here around Taft, it may be hot in the daytime, but at night you can sleep under 2 blankets. Yes, sir, 2 wool blankets.
And be perfectly comfortable?
Are you kidding? You'll suffocate. But speaking of heat, a fat boy like you must really suffer.
Oh, no, I'm not so fat, Jack. I look stout, but I'm really all muscle.
I see. Well, Don, if your girdle ever gets an 8-hour pass, watch that muscle spread out. In other words, Tubby, that bustle ain't muscle. Look, fellas, a mirage. No, it's really a girl. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Well, Mary, how do you like it here at Gardner Field?
Oh, fine. Say, Jack, did I hear you bragging to Don about the wax making you their pin-up boy?
That's the truth, Mary. In fact, the wax at Bangor, Maine, have 250 pictures of me on the walls of their barracks.
Well, if they ever get wallpaper, down you come.
Mary, All I asked you was, how do you like it here at Gardner Field? That's all I asked. That's all. That's all I asked.
I told you, fine.
Good.
And you know what, Jack?
What?
I had the biggest thrill this afternoon. I found out my brother was stationed here.
Your brother?
Yeah, and can you imagine? He's only been here 2 weeks, and he's a colonel already.
No kidding. Really, a colonel in 2 weeks?
He must be. When I saw him, he was carrying a long swagger stick with a tassel on the end of it.
That was a mop. A mop. That's all I asked you. That was a mop.
Oh, then that helmet he was swinging on his arm must have been a bucket.
Anyway, Mary, it's nice to see a member of your family in the armed forces. What's your brother studying here at Gardner Field?
He's learning to be a gardener.
Now cut that out. Brother a gardener. When he graduates, I'll probably pin a string bean on him instead of wings. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. It's a little close in here, fellas. Applaud me and fan the air.
Phil, let me ask you something. Why do you always ask for applause when you make your entrance?
Because applause is food to an actor, and I miss my lunch.
Well, Phil, in the first place, you're not an actor. And in the second place, you haven't had a lunch in 20 years that you didn't have to blow the foam off of.
Say, Phil, I didn't see you on the bus this morning. Where were you?
Well, me and Frankie, my guitar player, drove up yesterday afternoon and spent the night in Taft. You know, we wanted to get a good night's sleep.
Oh. Well, where'd you stay in Taft?
A peaceful little spot called the Fox Hotel.
Wait a minute, Phil. The Fox Hotel in Taft is where most of these cadets go every Saturday night. Must have been plenty noisy.
No, it wasn't, Jackson. Me and Frankie didn't hear a sound.
Phil, look. I live in Los Angeles, over 100 miles away. And many a Saturday night when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear the manager of the Fox Hotel saying, "Please, boys, put the roof back on." Now tell the truth, Phil. What time did you get to bed?
Well, I looked at my watch and it said 9 o'clock.
9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
That's the trouble with watches. They don't say.
Well, you and your guitar player must have been in a fine fog there.
Hey, Mr. Benny, going back on the bus tonight, is it all right if I...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Gee, was that applause for me?
No. Mary, quit straightening your stocking. My goodness, huh?
Say, Mr. Benny, going back on the bus tonight, is it all right?
How do you feel, kid?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
A few minutes ago, I stopped for a drink at a well, and it was awfully greasy.
Well, that was an oil well.
It was?
Yes, you shouldn't have stopped at an oil well for a drink.
You mean because I haven't got a B card?
No, you shouldn't drink oil. No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid.
I wish you would. There are so many things I want to find out.
Never mind.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, jerk.
Going home on the bus tonight, is it all right if I ride inside with the rest of you?
No, Dennis, the bus is too crowded. You'll have to sit out on the radiator like you did coming up.
Hanging over that motor for 100 miles, that's where I got the oil habit.
You didn't get the habit. You only had one drink.
Oh.
Now, let's have your song, Dennis. What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a very popular new ballad called You'll Never Know.
That is a good tune.
Hey, Jackson, that song happens to be from the motion picture Hello, Frisco, Hello, starring that glamorous blonde what's her name?
Alice Faye.
Oh, yes. I'll get thumped when I get home.
I hope you do. All right, Dennis, let's have your song. That was You'll never know how much I love you, sung by Dennis Day, and very good Dennis. But you know, kid, all these love songs prove just one thing.
What's that, Mr. Benny?
I don't know. They prove how easy it is for a woman to make a man fall in love with her.
Yeah.
You know, kid, it's awful the tricks a woman can play on a man's heart, especially in the moonlight.
Sometimes right out in the sunshine they'll get you.
You said it.
And on a rainy day, holy smoke.
What'd you say, kid?
On a rainy day, holy smoke.
I wanted them to hear that. I didn't want you to talk into the lamp. I tell you, kid, when a woman makes up her mind to get a man, he's a dead duck.
Yeah, lucky we're safe from women, by golly.
What do you mean, we're safe from women?
Well, they haven't got to me yet, and they passed you long ago.
No, they haven't, Dennis. As a matter of fact, I'm the official pin-up boy for the wax. Yes, sir.
A bunch of girls away from home, they miss their fathers, and he takes it the wrong way.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mary. I know a top sergeant that's nuts about me. You ought to see the left. And as you grow older, kid, you'll find out that in most cases the woman is the aggressor. Don't you think so, Phil?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
I don't know what aggressor means.
Aggressor, Phil, means when you're standing on a corner minding your own business, a girl comes along and gives you a lift in her car. She asks you if you have a cigarette. You say, I do, and there's a preacher in the rumble. That's aggressor, brother. I tell you, you got to watch women and their little tricks.
You're right, Jack. And speaking of women's wiles, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you how an innocent man can be putty in a woman's hand.
You said it.
Take the example of Mr. Homer J. Putty.
That's me, folks.
And a young waitress by the name of Miss Melba Toast.
That's me, I guess.
The setting is that popular rendezvous in Taft, California called Cena's Cafe. Music.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. What do you have, big boy?
Give me a package of Beam and Pepsi and chewing gum, please.
This is a restaurant. What you chew here, you swallow.
Oh, yes. I think I'll have a bowl of toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nuts flakes.
Say, you're kind of cute. Are you a stranger in town?
Yes, grape nuts flakes, please.
You're not married, are you, cutie?
No, I'm not. Grape nuts flakes, please.
I'm not married either, dreamboat.
That's very interesting. Grape nuts flakes, please.
Say, babyface, you know there's a dance at the Moose Hall tonight.
Well, get a moose and go. I want some grape nuts. I'm starving. I haven't had any breakfast yet.
Oh, if we were married, I could fix your breakfast with my own little hand.
But we're not married. Now, will you please get me some toasty nuts, sweet as a grape nut flake? I mean grape nut flakes, please.
Well, if I give you a dish of grape nut flakes, will you marry me?
Yes.
Hi, darling.
Sweetheart.
Now, the moral of this story, fellas, is that if you're lonesome and you want to get married, just go into a restaurant and order grape nut flakes. I thank you.
Very good, Doc. And, Phil, the only thing that can follow that is a band number by you and your orchestra. Just think, Phil, this will be the next to the last time we'll be hearing your orchestra this season. One more Sunday and we're off the air.
Only one more broadcast? Say, I better start saving my money.
Start saving your money. Phil, do you mean to say that as long as you've been working for me, you haven't put anything aside?
Not a penny.
Well, for heaven's sake, what are you going to do when you're 80 years old?
I figure I'll just sit around and listen to my skin dry.
Well, that ought to be noisy and exciting. Imagine not saving a penny. Phil, did you ever hear the story about the grasshopper and the ant? All summer long, the ant was busy storing up little particles of food in his house. But the grasshopper, that's you, Twitch, he just jumped around and had a good time.
Where would a grasshopper go for a good time?
The Fox Hotel. Now pay attention. Anyway, all summer the ant worked and worked and worked, and the grasshopper played and played and played.
This is boring me. I'm going outside for a drink of oil.
Dennis, come back here. And when winter came, Phil, the ant had plenty to eat, but the grasshopper nearly starved to death. Now, Phil, do you get the moral of that story?
Sure. If you're a grasshopper and you want to eat, you better grab yourself a rich old ant.
Well, that's close enough. Get your head out, Phil, and play, Cantor. And his musical grasshoppers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as long as we're here at Gardner Field...
Oh, pardon me for interrupting, Jack, but I was talking to Colonel Anderson. He's trying to arrange that parachute jump you spoke about.
Parachute jump?
Certainly. You were talking about it on the bus this morning.
I was talking about making a parachute jump?
Of course. You were showing off for that little blonde who was sitting next to you.
You mean Hortense, the girl who's going up to Napa County to get a job in a winery because her boyfriend, who still owes her $18, has been stepping out with somebody else? I was just making conversation.
Speaking of that blonde, Mr. Benny, I think it was very nice of you to give her the $18 her boyfriend owed her.
When did I give her $18?
She took it out of your pocket when you were fixing the window shade.
Well, I'll be darned. Listen, Dennis, when that girl was removing the bills from my pocket, why didn't you say something?
Well, that's the first time I ever saw you spend any money, and I was fascinated.
That's the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
You going to kill yourself now or wait till the program's over?
Neither one. Nah. That $18 coming out of Dennis's salary. He was a spotter, and he didn't report. Anyway, Don, getting back to... I can't understand Hortense doing that. She has such a baby face. Getting back to Colonel Anderson...
Cheer up, Jack. When she's jumping up and down on those grapes at the winery, she's liable to slip and sprain her ankle.
That's right. Anyway, Don, getting back to... Of course, she has such beautiful legs. I wouldn't want that to happen. Getting back to Colonel Anderson, thank him very much for his kind offer, but tell him I've already made a parachute jump, and there wouldn't be any thrill in either one. Huh?
Why, Jack, I didn't know you ever bailed out of a plane.
Oh, sure, Don. Last year at March Field, and I wasn't a bit scared.
You weren't scared, eh? Tell Don what really happened.
Now, Mary.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Don, one day last year when we were on the bus to Marshfield, Jack met a girl who was going to Saboba Hot Springs.
She got my watch, come to think of it.
Anyway, Jack got started bragging and told this girl he was going to Marshfield to make a parachute jump.
Parachute jump.
So I fixed it so we'd get a big transport plane and all go up and watch Jack bail out. There was Phil and Dennis and Rochester was there and myself, and Jack was really scared.
Gosh, I'm dizzy. Look at the ground way down there. Wow.
Jack, will you please come down off that stepladder?
I want to get used to the altitude. I know what I'm doing. Well, Dennis, Phil, put your parachutes on.
We ain't going to jump, Jackson.
Yes, you are. When I go, everybody goes.
Gosh, I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of, Dennis. When I was a test pilot years ago, I used to jump all the time.
Were you a test pilot, Mr. Benny?
Sure.
He used to try out pitchforks in a livery stable.
Well, it was darn tough work. Now, let's see. I wonder if this parachute goes...
What are you doing, Mr. Benny?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Well, Rochester, we're going for a plane ride, and I want you to come along.
Wait a minute, boss. You want me to get in a plane and go up there above those clouds?
Yes, there's one empty seat.
And empty it shall remain.
Now, Rochester, don't be such a baby. Flying is the greatest thing in the world. You show me a man that doesn't want to fly, and I'll show you a man with no imagination.
Dull, ain't I?
But, Rochester, flying is a wonderful experience. It gives you the feeling that you're a bird soaring through the clouds.
Uh-huh.
An eagle gliding over a mountain pass.
Uh-huh.
Rochester, wouldn't you like to have wings?
Only in the biblical sense, and that can wait.
Rochester, I'm not going to argue with you. We're all going up in that plane.
You all, not me all.
Yes, you are. Oh, Lieutenant, is the plane ready?
Right over here, Mr. Benny. And watch that cigar. You'll burn a hole in your parachute.
Oh, a little hole. What can that hurt?
A lot. When your parachute opens up and there's a hole in it, you'll get sunburned on the way down.
Oh, that's right.
Well, what are you waiting for, Jack? Let's get in the plane.
I was wondering, Mary, don't you think it's a little windy to go up today?
If you hadn't been so windy on that bus, you wouldn't have to go up at all. Now, you coming or not?
Okay. Come on, Phil, Dennis.
We're coming.
Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss.
What are you doing with that jackrabbit?
I just wanted to borrow his hind leg.
You get in this plane. All right, Lieutenant, we're ready.
Very well. Turn her over!
Gee, this isn't so bad. Say, Mary, see the field way down there?
Yeah, it sure looks small, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Hey, Rochester, look at the ground way, way down there.
I ain't looking till I'm close enough to kiss it.
I never saw such a baby.
Say, Jackson, get a load of them cars on the highway below us. They look like little black dots.
Yeah. Rochester, look down at that highway.
Boss, please.
Open your eyes. Dennis, what's that folder you got there?
Instructions on how to use a parachute.
Oh, have you got them down, Pat?
I think so. I have to jump out of the plane, count to 10, pull the ripcord, and if the chute doesn't open, I've got to count all over again. I worry about things like that.
Dennis, believe me, if the chute doesn't open, there's nothing to worry about.
It's different with you. You've led a good, clean life.
Oh, quiet. What a dodo.
Jack, what are you taking that parachute off for?
Because Dennis has made me so aggravated with his silly talk that I'm not going to jump.
Put that back on.
Oh, all right.
My goodness, Jack, you're a bigger coward than Rochester.
I doubt that, Miss Livingston, but thanks just the same.
Say, Lieutenant, how high are we?
5,400 feet.
Okay, stop the plane and let's jump.
Stop the plane?
Certainly. You don't think I'm going to jump out of this plane when it's going 100 miles an hour, do you?
But, Mr. Benny, if we stop the plane, our static equilibrium will be destroyed and we'll fall to the ground.
Sure, it's the law of gravy.
That's gravity, stupid.
He's stupid, and you wanted to stop the plane.
Okay. Open the door, Lieutenant.
Here you go.
That chute fly over.
I'll go next.
So long, everybody.
There goes the lieutenant.
You're next, Dennis.
Here goes.
Dennis, don't hold your nose. You're not jumping in water.
Okay. So long, everybody. Hello.
Dennis, what are you doing back in the plane?
My suspenders got caught on the doorknob. So long, everybody.
There goes Dennis.
And you're next.
Wait a minute, Mary. I just had a funny idea. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Why don't you jump in my place? You know, just for a gag.
Boss, I wouldn't jump out of here if that river down below was straight Kentucky bourbon.
Oh, what a sissy.
Go ahead and jump, Jack. Here, I'll give you a shove.
Mary, stop pushing me.
Let go of that door.
Mary, don't shove me. Whoop, whoop.
Now, Jack Benny, you let go of that door, too.
Pull me up. I'm hanging here in the air.
Rochester, hand me that hammer.
Mary, don't you dare hit my fingers with that hammer. Oh, my fingers. Help, help. Mary, pull me up. Pull me up. Oh, well, here goes. Say, this is fun, floating down like this. I'm glad I brought my Reader's Digest with me. Oh, boy, this is really... That better be my shirt. Play, Phil.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer with Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today is the one day dedicated to the forgotten man, the American father. And if every father was like Phil Harris, he'd deserve to be forgotten. More about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. You may think you keep a close check on your money, but do you know how much you have in your pocket right now? Don't look, take a guess. Now go ahead and check. How far off were you, 25 or 30 cents? Well, for as little as that every day, you can buy the finest television there is, RCA Victor. You'd never miss the money. New RCA Victor television is priced as low as $199.95. And every RCA Victor has the automatic Magic Monitor, an exclusive circuit system that automatically brings in and holds the finest pictures possible. The Magic Monitor automatically screens out interference, automatically steps up power, and automatically ties the clearest picture to the best sound. Ask your dealer about his particular easy payment plan. How, after a small down payment, it may take only pennies a day to own America's most advanced TV. RCA Victor television with the Magic Monitor. Here's another good reason for owning an RCA Victor. America's only coast-to-coast factory organization for expert installation and maintenance is available exclusively to owners of RCA Victor television. The RCA factory service contract is one more reason why every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other television. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Although it isn't commonly known, Phil Harris is an avid horticulturist, and he spends quite a bit of time cultivating flowers. This morning he awoke early and decided to putter around his garden. He's fussing over a flower bed as Elliot Lewis arrives on the scene.
Oh, gee, to think this should happen to me.
Hi, Curly.
Oh, Elliot, wait till you hear what happened to me. It's awful.
What's the matter, Curly?
I got cutworms in my tuberous begonias.
Well, at your age, you got to expect those things.
Look, Elliot, you don't understand. This is a calamity. I've got cutworms in my begonias. Now, what am I going to do?
Very simple. Sprinkle some Malvin on the sassafras.
What's a sassafras?
You figure it out. I'm still working on tuberous begonias.
Hey, wait a minute. I know what to do. I got to stop them before they spread. They're liable to get into my zinnias and pyracanthus. Oh, you're real nervous today.
What are you doing in the garden, anyway?
Well, I came out to pick some flowers for the house. Today is a festive occasion. It's the most important day in the year for me. Do you know what today is?
The 5th anniversary of the invention of the disposable beer bottle.
No, it's... Is it 5 years old? Seems like only yesterday that I used to carry them back to the store and get 2 cents apiece on them.
All right, Curly, what is today?
Today is my day. It's Father's Day.
Oh, I thought it was something important. This whole thing's just a gimmick to get presents from your children.
Look, Elliot, there's more to this day than just getting presents. Now, when you have your own children, you'll know how precious they are. Why, they're like flowers. They're like... Well, for example, my 2 little girls are like these tuberous begonias.
Why, they got cutworms, too? Must be hereditary.
Ain't nothing sacred to you.
Of course there is. Curly, what'd your kids give you for Father's Day?
Well, they didn't give me anything yet.
The cheapskates.
They're not cheap. They weren't awake yet when I came out here. Don't worry, my 2 little flowers have something for me.
If they don't, you can plow them under.
Look, Elliot, you don't seem to understand. I don't care if my daughters give me presents or not. The thing is the attention and fuss that they make over me on Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Look, as soon as I pick a few more flowers, we'll go in the house and I'll show you what I mean. You just watch the fuss my children make over me.
Mother, where's Daddy?
He's outside working in the garden with Uncle Elliot. Where'd you put his present?
We hid it upstairs in the closet, right next to the present we got for Uncle Elliot.
Well, why did you buy Uncle Elliot a present for Father's Day?
Well, we felt sorry for him. He doesn't have any children. And besides, he sent us a threatening letter.
Oh, he's a cute kid. What'd you get for him?
Well, we got Uncle Elliot a pair of socks, and we got Daddy a beautiful silk robe with his initials on it. Shall we go outside and give them their presents now?
No. I want you to wait until later. I'm planning a little surprise dinner for Daddy, and I bought him a cake with Happy Father's Day on it. And you can give him all his presents at dinner time.
Oh, good. I love parties.
And I'm going to make it like a real party for you, too. You girls were so thoughtful buying a present for your daddy that I bought you each a present. Alice, I got you a pair of roller skates. And Phyllis, I got you a big teddy bear.
Where are they, Mother?
Well, I left your packages on the kitchen table, but you can't open them now. You'll have to wait until dinner when we can open all presents together. Now, you 2 girls run along outside and play. And remember, not a word to your father. Let's keep this a real Father's Day surprise.
Okay,
huh?
Mother. We'll go out now and...
Hey, hi, Allison. Well, if it isn't my 2 little daughters standing there waiting for their daddy on Father's Day with their little outstretched arms full of absolutely nothing. Look, girls, there seems to be something that you've forgotten. You see, today is, it's the one day that...
You've forgotten, too, huh? Well, as soon as you remember, Daddy, call us. We'll be outside playing. Goodbye. Bye, Daddy.
Big fuss they made over you for Father's Day. They didn't even shake your hand.
Can't understand it. No presents either. Nothing. If one of them had at least slipped me a half a bucket of these...
I think your children are a couple of ingrates.
You're right. After all the things I've done for them.
What had you done for them?
I'll tell you what I've done for them. I sacrificed my whole life for my children. When I married you, I was studying to be a doctor. But when the children came along, I realized I couldn't make enough money as a surgeon. So I turned in my rubber gloves and became a wine taster for Manischewitz. Muscatel Division.
And very few men make sacrifices like that. Did you make more money as a wine taster?
No. But somehow I was always happier. Gee, I think of nothing but my kids. Every penny I get my hands on is divided equally between them and Santa Anita. Do everything for your kids, and what do? They forget you. Well, if they don't care for me around here, I know what I'll do. I'll run away from home.
Oh,
don't
Phil.
try to stop me. I'll wrap my clothes in a little bundle, tie them on a stick, hang it on my shoulder, and away I go.
Bye and have a nice time.
Alice, you mean that you would let me go?
How can you be so heartless, Alice? You're going to let this poor 56-year-old tot go out on his own? What will he do with himself at night?
I'll think of something. Alice, how can the children forget me on Father's Day, the one day that...
Stop it, Phil. Nobody forgot you. Happy Father's Day, dear. I have a present for you.
You have? What is it?
A song. Wait till I get the band out of the broom closet, and I'll sing it for you. This year's crop of kisses don't seem as sweet to me. This year's crop just misses what kisses used to be. This year's new romance doesn't seem to have a chance, even helped by Mr. Moon above. This year's crop of kisses is not for me, for I'm still wearing last year's love.
This year's crop of kisses don't seem as sweet to me. It can't be explained that this year's crop just misses what kisses used to be.
This year's new romance doesn't seem to have a chance, even helped by Mr. Moon above.
This year's crop of kisses
is not for me, for I'm still wearing last year's heart.
Alice, that was the nicest Father's Day present I ever received. Of course, it ain't what I had in mind. Well, I thought the kids would get me something.
Oh, Phil, I may as well tell you. They did get you something.
Oh, they did? I knew they wouldn't forget their cute little curly-headed daddy.
And they got a present for you, too, Elliot.
Oh, they did? I knew they wouldn't forget my cute little poison pen letter. Well, don't stand there, Alice. Where's my present?
Oh, man, I can't wait to see mine, too. Where are they, Alice?
Oh, now, wait a minute. You'll see them later. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going upstairs and finish making the beds. If you happen to see the presents, keep your hands off of them. Better yet, don't go snooping around looking for them now.
Oh, we wouldn't think of doing a thing like that, would we, Elliot? Elliot, where are you?
Under the sofa looking for my present.
What's the matter with you? Alice told us not to look for the presents, and we shouldn't. Now, come out from under the sofa.
All right, I'll come out. You better give me a hand, Curly. Curly, where are you?
In the fireplace. Sometime they hide them up in the chimney. No, nothing up here.
Well, there must be someplace around here. Where would kids hide
Wait a
presents?
minute. I know. The built-in wood box there.
Nah, there's nothing in here, Curly. It's empty.
No, I mean in the back of the box. Look, see that small opening?
Yeah.
The kids are always crawling in there. They use it for a hiding place, a secret cave.
Good. Let's crawl in and get the presents.
That's impossible.
Why?
That opening's too narrow for either one of us to get in there. Shoulders are too broad. Now, if we had a skinny guy to get in there and we could go...
Good morning, Philip.
Well, if it ain't no shoulders, Faye. The human pipe cleaner.
98 pounds of nothing.
Yeah.
He should fit fine.
What are you fellas doing at the wood box?
My kids hid my Father's Day present in back of the wall, and we're too big to get in there, and we thought that maybe you'd crawl in there for us.
Well, why should I crawl in there and get your present?
Oh, wait a minute, you stupid. I forgot to tell you. They got a present in there for you, too.
Oh, isn't that sweet of them? Well, of course I'll go in. Just step aside. Oh, dear, I don't think I can make it. That opening is 12 inches wide, and my shoulders are too broad.
They won't be when you take your coat off. Come on, let's have it.
Very well. I'll take it off. There.
Attaboy. Where'd he go?
I'm right here.
Wow. Look at that built. Hey, his shoulders stick out almost as far as his ears.
Hey, don't let him kid you, Willie. Come on, crawl through there now and get them presents.
Oh, all right. Tight squeeze.
Don't worry, you're going to make it. All you need's a little push. Wait a minute. There you go.
Okay, Willie, hand out the presents.
There's nothing in here.
Now, how do you like that? We go through all this trouble and there ain't nothing in there.
Well, Curly, where else would the kids hide the presents?
I don't know.
Fellows, I'm stuck. I can't get out.
Let me think now. Now, where could them presents be?
Please help me. I tell you, I'm
Will
stuck.
you be quiet? I'm trying to think.
Hey, Curly, do you think the kids might have hidden the presents in another room?
Fellows, please do something. I'm stuck in here and I can't get out. I tell you, I can't get out.
We heard you.
Come on, Curly, let's go in the other room. I can't think with all this noise going on.
Hey, Ellie, do you think we ought to leave Willie in the wall?
Why not? We got no further use for him.
True. But I guess... No, look, we better get him out of there. Look, let's go out in the garage and get a saw, and we can make that hole a little bit. Come on, Ellie, let's go through the kitchen.
I don't see why we have to waste our time on him. I'm anxious to see my present. Hey, Curly, on the kitchen table there, what do you see?
Aye, a cake with Happy Father's Day on it.
Yeah, but what do you see right next to it?
Yeah. 2 gift-wrapped packages. A big one and a small one.
I hope you'll get something nice in your small one.
You know something? I bet you're right.
Why?
The small one has got to be for me because the kids probably got me the pipe I wanted.
Well, why guess, Curly? Let's open them and see.
Okay, No, Elliot, we can't do this. It's cheating. Let's wait until the children give them to us.
After all the trouble we went through to find them, let's open them.
No, now, I tell you can't open the packages. We promised Alice we'd keep our hands off of them.
All right, we'll keep our hands off of them. You hold them steady with your feet, and I'll bite them open.
That wouldn't be cheating. Let's get started. I'll hold the packages with my feet, and you start nibbling on the string.
Okay, Curly.
That got it. Now to see what's in my package. I can't wait to see what my little girls bought me there.
What'd you get, Curly?
A pair of roller skates. They must be after my insurance money. I'll break my neck on these things. What did they get you?
A wind-up teddy bear.
Your present's better than mine.
Why is a teddy bear better than roller skates?
Well, you can take yours to bed with you. I have to take mine off at night. Alice don't like cold wheels on her back.
I think your kids are a couple of wise brownies. What kind of presents are these?
I guess the kids are getting back at me. For their birthdays, I gave each of them one of my records.
Which record?
Oh, I don't remember. Nobody ever plays my record around here. Let's spin it and see what happens. called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. A rambling and a gambling man, I'm free every night. I eat a porterhouse steak 3 times a day from a board. More than any guy in this whole town can afford. I got a big electric fan to keep me cool when I sleep. A mattress stuffed with dollar bills to tickle my feet. My motto is meet 'em and cheat 'em and love 'em and leave 'em and break 'em in right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. My house was built with pawn shop tickets, red, white, and blue. My suits are made of tiger skins right out of the zoo. I got a lot of money in the bank, I made it myself. The hearts of all my girlfriends lying right on the shelf. The gals all stop and whistle every time I go by. But I'm pretty darn particular, I'm telling no lie. I'm in there wheeling and dealing and really appealing and high as a kite. Come on, let's fly together, 'cause I'm rugged but right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but fair. You caused me plenty worry, put this gray in my hair. You got the lips that sunk the ships of England, France, and Peru. Well, I'm just like Napoleon, 'cause you're my Waterloo. I'd like a 15-minute intermission in Newport, PA. Love to make it longer, but I've got a late day. My morals have always been gone with the wind, so let's breeze it tonight. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Don't overdo it, 'cause I really overdoed it last night. Hey, Elliot, how'd you like that?
Shh. Quiet, Curly.
What's the matter?
Your singing put my teddy bear to sleep. And I don't want to wake you.
Oh, be quiet.
I won't be quiet. Your daughter's giving me a teddy bear. I don't think it's a funny gag.
Elliot, it's not supposed to be a gag. You don't understand children. It's their way of expressing their emotions.
Oh, them crazy, mixed-up kids.
Look, Elliot, don't you get it? Look, I haven't been playing with my children for a long time, and they gave me roller skates as a hint. Now, when they go roller skating, they want me to go with them.
Mm-hmm. Now explain the bear they gave me.
Well, that's a little more difficult. But I'll have a go at it. Wait a minute. I believe I got it. You see, the girls feel sorry for you. You don't have any children of your own. You're all alone. So they bought you a teddy bear to play with.
I got news for you. I ain't going to play with it.
Why don't you just try it? You might like it. I know one thing. Mm-hmm. If my kids want me to skate with them, I'm going to skate with them. And Hey, look here. This linoleum, that's a wonderful place to practice. I'll just take the skates out of the box and put them on. Gee, Mom, they're ball bearings.
Girl, you can go along with this if you want, but not me. When I see your kids, I'm going to tell them what I think of their cockeyed teddy bear.
You're not going to tell them nothing. I ain't going to let you hurt their feelings. When the kids come in, you're going to be playing with them.
Oh, sure. I'll wind it up like this, and then we'll dance around the kitchen floor. Come along with her, Teddy. We're going to dance.
Anybody home? I bring the groceries.
Careful, dear. Don't slip on a linoleum or you're dirtier with a brown coat.
Run for your lives. The rocks in his head have started a landslide.
All right, wait a minute, kid. There's nothing wrong with me.
Then why are you waltzing with that midget in the raccoon coat?
Look, Julius, I ain't waltzing.
She ain't a bad-looking thing, but you ought to oil her. She squeaks a lot. What's her figure like, Mr. Lewis? Take her coat off.
Julius, she happens to be a little bear.
Keep the coat on. I'm too young to look at bear midgets.
Julius, calm now. Just listen for 1 minute. That happens to be a teddy bear.
He's dancing? a teddy bear? Mr. Harris, how can you sit there and watch this childish jerk there? Mr. Harris, what do you got on your feet?
My roller skates?
Ooh, we got a kitchen full of them today. A roller skater and a teddy bear dancer.
Look, kid, will you just be quiet? Now, give me a hand. I want to stand up on these skates, and I'm a little unsteady.
Okay, upsy daisy.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. Don't let go of me. Man, I haven't been on these things since I was a kid. In fact, I've forgotten how to skate. Hey, how'd you get going?
That's easy. I'll help you. First of all, I'll point you in the direction I want you to go. Then I get back to you and give you a nice big push like this.
Wait a minute, Julius, help. I can't stop myself.
Hey, look out, Curly. You're heading right for
the dish cabinet.
He couldn't have hit the dish cabinet.
Why not?
I aimed him for the glass cabinet.
I know, but you put too much English on him and you banked him off the sink.
You're right. I think I'll try again. Come on, Mr. Harris, on your feet.
Go away from me, you little thinkit.
Think it?
That's a small thing. Look, Elliot, you help me up. What happened anyway?
I'm not sure. It happened so fast. You were standing on your skates like you are now. Julius got in back of you, and he gave you a shove like this.
There he goes again.
Wait a minute, help!
Hey, look out, Curly. You're heading for the kitchen table.
I can't help it.
The tape's on it.
I can't...
Good shot, Mr. Lewis. Now it's my turn again. On your feet, Mr. Harris.
Will you two cut it out? Can't you see I need some help? At least this fall was a little softer than the last one. I landed on something soft and squishy. What'd I sit on anyway?
Well, I ain't sure, but on the seat of your pants it says Happy Father's Day.
Oh, what's all the commotion in here? Oh, no. What happened to my cake?
Turn around, Mr. Harris, and show her.
Phil, what did you do?
Honey, I put the skates on the kids gave me for Father's Day, and I was...
Skates? Phil, the skates are for Alice. I have the presents the children bought you and Elliot right here. I was going to put them on the...
Oh, I might have known that the kids didn't give me any skates. Alice, give me my present.
Yeah, let me have mine, too. I can't wait to see what the kids got me.
Don't grab.
Hey, look what the kids gave me, a beautiful silk robe. What'd they give you, Curly?
35-cent pair of cotton socks. With clocks yet. I was better off with the roller skates.
I'm happy with my silk robe.
I can't understand.
Now, just a minute, Elliot. You got the packages mixed up. The robe is for Phil.
Can't be for him. It's got my initials on it.
Let me see that robe. I thought so. Those initials are P.H.
That's right. Pelliot Hewis.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment.
Will you get that, dear?
Yeah, honey.
Is this the Harris residence?
Yeah, but I don't want to buy a thing. There's not a thing we need. My wife and I just ordered an RCA room air conditioner for the kitchen, and we don't need any brooms to sweep because the RCA room air conditioner helps us keep the place free of dust and grime. We don't need any fans because the RCA room air conditioner keeps us cool.
But, sir,
Now, let me finish now. You salesmen never give the other guy a chance to talk. Look, buddy, when I get through with you, you'll go down to your dealers and get an RCA room air conditioner yourself.
Sir, if you let me explain...
Filters the air, cools it, makes it moisture-free, makes you feel better in the summertime, sleep better at night, live better all year round. And besides, you can have it installed and serviced by a skilled RCA service company technician.
Mr. Harris, that's me. Now, if you'll step aside, we'll install your new RCA room air conditioner.
Ain't that murder? You can't tell some guys nothing. This is Phil again, reminding you that 9 out of 10 forest fires can be prevented because 90% of forest fires are man-caused. So don't be an innocent firebug. Be careful with fire in our forests. Thanks, everyone, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
The part of Julius in this program transcribed was played by Walter Tetley. RCA Victor's new super personal portable radio is no bigger than a book, no heavier than a lady's handbag. Yet it plays up to 10 times longer than previous RCA Victor portables its size, without changing batteries. The secret behind these extra listening hours is remarkable new RCA batteries. The battery lifesaver switch can add even more hours. See and try RCA Victor's super personal portable radio at your dealers now.
Next, hear Best Plays on NBC, the national broadcasting company.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in, Army. Come in, Navy. Come in, Coast Guard and U.S. Marines. Come in, too, all you nurses and civilian workers and you good people in all the United Nations. From the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator, it's Command Performance time, answering the personal commands of you guys and gals who make up the high command on this #1 show of yours. And right now, answering your first command, we're delighted to bring back for the 4th time that beloved character of screen and radio, Waukegan's Gift to Rochester. A fellow who is known for his philanthropy, his generosity, a man who always gives till it hurts, that crybaby, Jack Benny.
Thank you and hello, fellas. Crybaby. Don, I can't understand those introductions of yours. First you say that I'm generous and I give till it hurts, and then you say I cry about it. I mean, what does that mean?
Well, Jack, everybody knows that you're one of the best-hearted and most generous men in this town.
Well, thank you.
Except where money is concerned.
Don, aren't you taking a lot of chances for a fellow who is too fat to work at Lockheed? Look, Don, I'm not tight.
Certainly you're not tight, Jack. When you do a cheap, petty mercenary act, it's really not you.
It's not?
No, it's just one side of your dual personality.
My dual personality?
Yes, everyone has a dual personality, has two sides. Even I have, just like a coin has heads and tails.
I see. Well, from where I'm standing, brother, you didn't come up heads. And besides, Don, this is a command performance and no place to discuss dual personality.
Well, all right, Jack. If you want to go on through life not knowing why you're cheap, it's all right with me.
I don't want to know anything about it. I'm cheap, and that's that. Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't get excited, Jack. Your condition isn't unusual. You're simply a split personality. Haven't you ever heard of schizophrenia?
Don, there are children and Marines listening in. so watch it, will you?
But, Jack, schizophrenia is merely a scientific word meaning the two sides to every man, his ego and his alter ego.
Look, Don, we'll talk about this later. Look, I'm master of ceremonies here, and I have a lot of people to introduce. So take your big, fat schizophrenia and get out of here. Well, fellas, it won't be long before Command Performance celebrates its first birthday on the biggest worldwide radio network any show ever had. And another hit that goes in all directions is a very talented young lady from Paramount Studios. So, gang, hold on to your GI hats. We're going for another ride with Cass Daley.
Long ago, I took a trip down to old Mexico. Stepped in a gay cafe to pass the evening away. A Mexicano smiled at me and introduced himself as Senor Hennessy. I just wanted company, but the senior wanted more from me. For soon he began to begin. Then I said, Daddy, you're working much too fast for me. Daddy, you'll never get the best of me. He said, no harm is meant by Senor Hennessy. In fact, my wife will soon be here, you see. No sooner had he said those words to me when in walked Mrs. Hennessy. Did I worry? You can bet your life I did. Then my system and I began to shake. She called me a homewrecker and a snake. And there were other names even worse to take. But I can't talk about that. I just said goodbye now. I gotta go now. She said, okay, you may, my dear, but not the way you came in here. So prepare to die now. Then with the twist of a wrist, she hit me with a fist, and in her fist was a bottle of ice-cold cola. It knocked out every molar. This pretty little poppy looked like a mess. I tried to hold her, but couldn't control her as she kicked me in my my head she played the amber chorus. Bang, 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 I heard the birdie sing. Hot it rolled in on the river, hell roll up, rolled in on the river, I made me vow when I was through there'll be a change in my love life. From now on I swear I'm giving every married man the air. I want to live until I'm old and gray. I made a vow, and how today there'll be some change of me.
She got more applause than I did. That was Cass Daley, who appeared here tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. You know, fellas, I used to be with the Paramount studio. fact, the last picture I made there was Love Thy Neighbor with Fred Allen. Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, that was the last picture I made there. I liked it, though. It was one of those educational pictures. I knew it was educational because after the producer saw it, he says, "This will teach us a lesson." Oh, well. And now, fellows, command performance. Recently got a letter from a Marine sergeant on Guadalcanal who has this to say. Guadalcanal is not quite the ideal place for a guy to continue his piano lessons. And anyway, I'm practicing on machine guns these days, helping to teach the Japs not to monkey with the U.S. Marines. But I do miss the piano. So how about command performance, dishing out a helping of Gershwin? Yes, sir, Sergeant, we'll do just that with Alfred Newman and his orchestra. A medley of Gershwin songs played on two pianos by those two personalities.
You see, Jack, that's just what I was talking about. Dual personality.
Don, I don't care to discuss it. Schizophrenia yet. And fellas, here they are, Hollywood's ace piano team, Marlene Fingerly and Arthur Schutt. Go ahead, kid. That was lovely and very fine music. And believe me, I know, for I'm a musician myself. You know, the last time I was on command performance, I played a duet with a fellow named Yasha Heifetz. Of course, he plays better than I do because, you see, he started on the violin 3 weeks before I did. 3 weeks of music makes a lot of difference. fact, you should hear the difference. Anyway, when Yash and I stepped up to the microphone...
Say, Jack, I've just thought of a very simple way to explain that dual personality to you.
Look, I told you, Don, I'm not interested.
But it's simple. It's what you call your conscience, your evil self, your inner man.
My inner what?
Your inner man. We all have one. You have a little man inside of you, and I have one inside of me.
Well, at least yours can roam around once in a while. Now, Don, will you do me a favor? I don't want to hear any more about inner man, outer man, or schizophrenia. To me, that's a lot of bunk. In the first place, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I told you never to call me up in the middle of a command broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, and I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you you could have the night off?
Well, I thought I'd like to take Carmichael to see Mrs. Miniver.
Well, that's silly. Why would my polar bear go to Mrs. Miniver?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Look, now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, come right out and say so.
Okay. Can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, look, Rochester, before I left the house, I gave you some fan mail pictures to send out. As soon as you're through with them, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those pictures. And be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got no stamps.
No stamp? What'd you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps. And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works. And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 7, 7, 7. I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh? We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I was listening to the program, and I heard Mr. Wilson say that there were two of you, that you have an inner man.
Well, what about it?
Which one do I speak to about a raise?
You speak to nobody. Goodbye. Always worrying about a raise. And now, fellows, by worldwide command of the AEF, Command Performance presents a very busy young lady who sells bonds, goes on camp tours, works at the canteen, makes motion pictures, and has the additional burden of being married to my band leader, Phil Harris. Your favorite singing star of dozens of your favorite pictures, lovely Alice Faye.
Thank you, Jack. And I know Phil will be awfully flattered by that charming build-up. As for me, I'd like to thank all you men who write me those very beautiful letters, especially Paul, Les, Mac, Bud, and Jim at APO 832. Yes, boys, Pop Harris is coming along nicely. Love to Ray Carr and the Bunker Buds. to Johnny Manns at APO 963, and to Bob Godwin somewhere in the Pacific. And for all of you who placed orders for that certain tune, just bend an ear. Come on and hear, Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. It's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honeyland. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honey lamb. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Thank you, Alice. That was really swell.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, Alice, I noticed you came down to the broadcast alone. Where's Phil tonight?
Well, it's the maid's night out, and Phil's staying home with the baby for a change.
For a change? I should hope so, yeah. Tell me, Alice, confidentially, you know as well as I know Phil, I don't know, but tell me, what is Phil like around the house, Alice?
You won't believe this, Jack, but around the house, Phil is one of the quietest, most reserved, mouse-like people. Honestly, he's a completely different man.
See, Jack? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Phil Harris has a dual personality.
Don, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I've been trying to explain to you. Phil is like everybody else. He has a good side and an evil side, a smart side and a corny side.
A what?
A smart side and a corny side.
Now, why does he have to show so much favoritism? I tell you, I just don't believe in this dual personality stuff.
Well, I don't see why not, Jack. Even Phil believes in it. It's as simple as 2 and 2.
Oh, yeah? If you think 2 and 2 is so simple, just ask Phil to add it up sometime. Sister.
No.
Guess that last crack got her. Dual personality. Take you, for instance, Alice. You're always the same sweet, lovable girl.
Oh, that's nice of you, Jack, but you only see the good side of me. You know, there are times when that part seems completely to leave my body.
Yeah, but look what you got left. Dual personality.
But, Jack, it's so simple.
Don, look, I'm going crazy. If you mention that once more, I'm going to positively walk out of here.
Jack, can't you see? It's your alter ego, like Jekyll and Hyde.
That's all, brother. Command performance or no command performance, I'm going home. So long. When that Don Wilson gets on a subject, he doesn't know when to stop. Imagine a fella having an alter ego, a Jekyll and Hyde, an inner man. That's a lot of bunk. Oh, well, such a lovely evening, I think I'll walk home. Gee, I wish I had a cigar. Here's a cigar store. I think I'll stop in here and get one.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. Something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for a quarter.
A quarter, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Now, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's a quarter, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet you know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny. What? You're going to take that 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one. Yes, but the quarter cigar's milder, and it's much better for my throat. A lot you care about your throat. Now, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm your alter ego. Your inner man. Yeah? Well, you get your cigar, and I'll get mine. Come on, take that 10-cent one and let's get going. No, I won't take it. I want that quarter one. You hear? I want that quarter cigar. I know you want that quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 13 cents, 13 cents, 15 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I save. I want that mild cigar. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jack, are you crazy? Reflect a little. That cigar costs a quarter. 2 dimes and a nickel. Think, man. Think! Okay. Hold it, mister. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want that quarter cigar, and yet you want that 10-cent one. I said the quarter one. The 10-cent one. The quarter one. The 10-cent one. All right, give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Say, this 10-cent cigar isn't so bad after all. Doggone, it's a good smoke. But the quarter one would have been better. Where are you going now, Jackie? Oh, come on home with me. We'll play gin rummy. Well, fellas, as the foreman of the Nazi swing shift said when a bomb hit the munitions factory, that's all for tonight. But before we wind up the clock and put out the cat, we'd like to say that your big show will be open for business again next week, same time. And our business is filling the orders you send in. And don't forget it. On command performance, your credit is good. Just your signature on that letter. That's all it takes. Until later, then, this is Jack Benny speaking from the USA and reminding the Axis that American troops are only 500 miles from the toe of the Italian boot. And, brother, that ain't far from that heel in Berlin. So long.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Performance, care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
The following program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas. Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shave, the beforehand lotion, presents the Eddie Cantor Show. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early part of New Year's Eve, Eddie Cantor put on a show for the servicemen at the Hollywood Canteen. We turn back the clock and pick Eddie up as he's singing for the boys.
G.I. Joe, he was with the show when the boys invaded France. He stopped the shell by chance and met romance in an ambulance. Cute Marie was a nurse and she stole Joey's heart away. While convalescing day by day, he'd look at her and say, oh, Frenchie, oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, although your language is so new to me. When you say we, la, la, we mean you and me, la, la. Oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, you won my heart with your bravery. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your la, la, la for me. Oh, Frenchie, Frenchie, you are the one gave themselves for me. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your ooh-la-las. They're just sweet la-la-las. Save your ooh-la-las for me. Fellas down here at the Hollywood Canteen, I'm glad you like the show. And now, if you really want to see the old year go out and the new year come in, I want to invite all of you over to my house at 1014 Roxbury Drive. What do you think? Harry Bonzell and I leave first to get things ready. So come on over, all of you men in uniform. Come on, Harry.
Okay, I'm ready, Eddie.
Come on, Nora.
I'm ready.
Come on, Leonard, let's go. What do you say,
Hey, Eddie, will you be careful the way you're driving?
Gee, I'm so excited. And you two kids in the back, Leonard and Nora, the way you're necking, you're not helping me one bit, you know.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Say, Eddie, it was a swell show you put on tonight for all our fighting men.
Yes, Harry, we had soldiers, sailors, Marines, aviators. In fact, we only missed one branch of our fighting men.
Who was that?
Tommy Dorsey couldn't show up.
Oh.
Well, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Harry?
Oh, it sure was. Say, did you see the fellow who just got back from overseas dancing with Dorothy Lamour?
Dancing? Did you say dancing?
Yeah.
When they finished jitterbugging, she was wearing his campaign ribbon. Oh, yeah. And she deserved them, you know. You know, she saw as much action as he did.
You know something, Eddie? During intermission, I tried to dance close to Carol Landis, but it was impossible, so I just danced.
I know. Why was it impossible to dance close to her?
There was a Marine in the middle.
You know, everybody talks about how the servicemen dance. Did you ever get a load of the women in the service, Harry?
Now, they really tossed you around.
You said it. I happened to dance with a Red Cross nurse, and when we got through, I needed her. Just before the music started, she got set in a rumba pose. In the front, she was all bent over, and from the back,
yeah,
she looked like she was trying to get away on furlough. By the way, Leonard, your music, really, kid, your music was wonderful tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. I sure had a swell time.
I could have enjoyed myself more if Leonard weren't so jealous.
Oh.
He kept watching me every time I danced with a soldier or marine.
Well, sure, I was worried. The only time I didn't have to watch her was when she danced with a sailor.
Yeah. Really? Why didn't you watch her then?
I had to watch the sailor.
I don't blame you.
Well, guys, I sure got embarrassed watching. You see, I don't know how to dance, so Nora and I just had to stand on the floor with our arms around each other. And you know something?
What?
It's better that way.
Oh, I'm so anxious for Leonard to know how to dance. I asked him to go to Arthur Murray's, but he refused.
Well, why, Leonard? Well, how would you like to learn how to dance with Arthur Murray?
No. You don't understand, Leonard. Arthur Murray teaches dancing, but he also has hundreds of girls.
Well, gee, then how does he find time to teach dancing?
Leonard, did you ever have a talk with your mother about life?
Oh, yes, and now we subscribe to it. And kind, too. Quick and thick and...
Will you please?
Oh, Mr. Cantor, isn't this your house, 1014 Roxbury Drive?
1014, yes.
That's it.
Let's go out and get into action.
Here
Come
we
on,
go.
kid. Anybody home?
Hello? Hello?
How do you do? What are you doing in the dining room? Why aren't you in the kitchen?
I am having trouble with the cook. Well, Russia, the cook is young and beautiful. That's my trouble. I hate.
Russia, will you get in the kitchen and prepare the food?
Not me, no, sir. I'm leaving. Your house is too big. Running upstairs, downstairs, up the attic, down the basement. I'm all worn out from running.
Yeah, but Russian, why do you have to run?
The cook is not standing still, you know. Now, listen here, Russian. Listen to me. Eddie's got guests to serve out there. Now, you go back in there and make up with the cook. Never. Never. She insulted me. She refused to permit me to make my specialty. Turnovers with tartar sauce.
Turnovers with... Is it good?
Good? Once in Old Rochester, I cooked my special turnovers for Prince Romanov. Oh, well, what happened? 2 weeks after he died, he was still turning over. I told you, Eddie. Look, Russian, I don't think you know anything about cooking at all. But most, yes. I wrote a book on recipes.
Yes?
In poetry. Part 1, page 1.
Go ahead.
There once was a butcher named Hutton, whose wife was a glutton for mutton. He sneaked up behind her, pushed her in the grinder. No Hutton, no mutton, no glutton, no nothing.
No mutton, no glutton.
No Russian, I quit.
Wait a minute. Russian, you can't quit now. It's the night of my party.
I, sir, tender my resignation. And if it's tender enough, yes, I'll eat it.
Oh, get out of here, Russian, please. Oh, darn that Russian trying to kiss all my cooks. A fine mess that leaves me in... Oh, Nora.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Listen, honey. Go into the living room and sing a couple of songs for the boys.
All right.
I've got to get busy and get some help for the party. The Russian and the cook both walked out.
Walked out? Why?
Well, the cook got mad at the Russian for what he did, and the Russian got mad at the cook for what she didn't.
Oh.
Now, go ahead, Nora, will you?
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
That pretty cook of yours just came back.
Oh, good, Harry. Where is she?
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah. I thought you said she just came back.
Yeah, well, she just came back for a bottle of Truchet, the beforehand lotion.
And get her what?
Truchet. Truchay. Truchet.
I know how to spell Truchet, but what about the cook?
Cook. C-O-O-K.
No. Harry, don't be so smart.
Well, I'm not being smart, Eddie, but the cook is being smart, coming back for that bottle of Truchet.
You call that being smart?
Why, certainly. She knows, like so many busy women, that Truchet is just the thing to use to help keep her hands soft and lovely in spite of hot, soapy water. And Truchet will really do that because Truchet is based on a different idea than other hand lotions. Truchet is a beforehand lotion. A lotion that you put on your hands before you put them in hot, soapy water. Truchet's beforehand protection will then help guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of the hot, soapy water. Help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier.
So why not do what thousands of lovely women are doing to help keep their hands beautiful? Begin today to use True Shave.
All right, Harry. You've convinced me that my cook was smart and True Shave is wonderful.
Good.
But right now, try to see if you can find anyone we can hire to help in the kitchen. Someone to cook.
Someone to cook?
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, you've got 5 daughters living right here in the house.
Harry, if they could cook, do you think they'd still be living in this house?
Well, I tell you what let's do. Let's go in and hear Nora sing to the boys.
Oh, yes. Let's do that, huh?
Okay.
Here she goes.
Hush now, don't you cry. That's an Irish lullaby. That's an Irish
They're all getting along fine here, but somebody should be fixing refreshments. What are you going to do?
Look, Harry, I put in a call for Jack Benny to see if I can borrow Rochester.
Oh, good. Well, I hope Jack's home.
Yeah, I hope so. I know last New Year's Eve he went to Ciro's, you know.
Yeah. Ciro's? That's $15 a head. Don't tell me Jack Benny paid that.
No. Leave it to Benny. When he found out it was $15 a head, he got down on his hands and knees and backed in. Oh, this must be Benny. Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Yeah. Say, Jack, I hate to bother you on New Year's Eve, but I wanted to ask you a little favor. Hello? Rochester, put Mr. Benny back on the phone. Tell him it's not money. What a coward. Look, Jack, I brought a lot of servicemen over here from the canteen, and I need someone to help me with the sandwiches and refreshments. In fact, I'm even willing to pay $5. No, Jack, you shouldn't leave your guests for that. No. Jack, look, would you let me borrow Rochester? He's busy what? Shampooing your hair. Well, let him bring it with him. We'll dry it and send it back tomorrow. You will send Rochester, right? Oh, thanks, Jack. You're a pal. Send him to my house. 1014 Roxbury Drive. Harry.
Oh, here I am, Eddie. I was just getting my baby so he can pin the 1945 banner across his chest.
Good. Everything's going to work out. Rochester's coming over to help, and at 12 o'clock we'll bring Eddie Cantor Bonzel Jr. out as the New Year's baby.
Yeah. Gosh, my kid's first New Year's.
You're going to be the New Year's baby for all the servicemen. What do you think of that, little fella? There goes that goo again. He says nothing else. I wonder what he's trying to say when he says goo, Harry, huh?
Goo. Look at me with this New Year's banner. Mother thought to pin things on my chest. Oh, I get it. 1945. That's the new year. It'll be a big year for me, too. I'll have teeth. When I have see if I can stop that nasty habit of sucking my thumb. I'll be able to bite my nails. Funny, Popeye's hair ain't gray. I bet he touches it up. I like Popeye, except the way he plays. I wished he'd stop throwing me up in the air. Either that or start catching me. Popeye likes me. For Christmas, he gave me a piggy bank, and on the bottom it said, "One fill, bring to the bank. 1014 Roxbury Drive." I wish it was 12 o'clock so the new year would be here. It'll be a big year for me. I'll be learning to walk and to talk. All I can say now is, "Goo." Oh, well, that's better than nothing. So happy Goo Year, everybody. Happy Goo Year.
Harry, put the baby back in his crib until 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then you can go in with Leonard and Nora and help entertain the boys.
Oh, there's somebody at the door, Eddie.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Cantor. Well, what do I do? Where do I do it? And how much do I do it for?
Same old Rochester. Rochester, why don't you take advantage of the new year and turn over a new leaf?
Oh, I made up some New Year's resolutions. First of all, I'm going to stop shooting crabs.
Wonderful, Rochester.
And I ain't going to tell a single lie.
That's fine.
Unless it's because I've been out shooting crabs.
Shame on you. Let me tell you something about telling the truth, Rochester. There was once a great American, George Washington.
George Washington? He lives next door to me.
No. Rochester. The George Washington I'm talking about was a president. The George Washington that lived next door to you must be a duplicate.
Duplicate? He's a carbon copy.
Well, Rochester, it's getting late, so here's $5. I want you to go to the drugstore, get 2 dozen Cokes, a couple of quarts of ice cream, and a carton of cigarettes.
Carton of what?
Cigarettes.
You may not know it, but you got your best joke right there.
Say, Harry, it looks like I'm going to have to give Rochester a hand in the kitchen. Can you do something to entertain the boys?
Oh, well, I do swell imitations. Here, listen to this. Al Jolson.
That's an imitation of Al Jolson?
He's got a cold. I have an imitation of a man getting up in the morning.
Yeah?
Listen to this one, Eddie.
Well, Harry, where's the imitation?
Don't you get it? The guy felt lousy after New Year's Eve, so he stays in bed.
That's ridiculous, Harry.
Well, you're right there, Eddie. Feeling bad and not wanting to get up in the morning is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when it's so easy to feel better.
Just what do you mean?
Well, you know, Eddie, one glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica can make a man feel a lot better when he wakes up in the morning, feeling out of sorts and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For Sal Hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take Sal Hepatica the minute you need it. What's more, Sal Hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
It's wonderful the way you help people feel better, but you know another way for you to help people feel better?
What, Eddie?
No more of your imitation. Oh. Remember that, huh? Wait a minute. Is that for me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's no use. You I'm not talking to.
Russell, will you stop pouting? Why don't you come back? You can help Rochester in the kitchen.
Help Rochester? We couldn't work together because I wouldn't be able to understand a word he's saying.
Yeah, why not?
That man is speaking with a dialect.
What do you think you speak with? I say, what do you think you speak with?
A southern drawl.
Now, Russian, will you stop being stubborn and come back?
Cantor, we shall never be reconciled. Because of my southern drawl, I got a job on a different radio program.
A different program? What's the name of it?
We Are the People.
Oh, well, let him quit, Harry. Thank goodness Jack loaned us Rochester to help us.
Yeah, that was sure nice of Jack.
Well, why not? After all, Jack, Benny, and I grew up doing favors for each other. Why, when we were kids, Harry, if Jack had a date and didn't have enough money to take his girl out, he'd come to me.
And you'd lend him the money?
No, I'd take his girl out.
What you mean?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Did you get everything from the store?
Yes, sir. Here's the ice cream. Here's the Coca-Cola.
Yes?
And here's some cigarettes.
And Rochester, where's my change?
And here's the ice cream.
I know. My change, Rochester.
Here's the Coca-Cola.
Where is my change?
Oh, they didn't have none of that.
Rochester, I want you to answer one question. Where is my change?
There's a question I'd like to kick around a while with information, please.
Rochester, what I sent you for cost $4. Now, what happened to the other $1?
Well, it was an embarrassing situation. After all, Mr. Cantor, I couldn't let that stranger buy me a drink without me buying him a drink.
When did a stranger buy you a drink?
Right after I bought him a drink.
That is the most far-fetched thing I ever heard. Now, get busy in the kitchen while I go in and see how the gang is making out.
Hey, Harry, Hey,
wait a minute. Hiya, fellas. I'm sorry I've been busy in the kitchen most of the night.
Hey, Cantor.
Yes, Sailor.
Ain't you from New York?
Sure, I'm from New York. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah. Brooklyn.
Yeah?
New York is right near it.
And where are you from, soldier?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'm a Pennsylvanian, too.
Yeah?
I'm from the greatest state in the world, Texas.
Yeah, what about Michigan? Hey, what about it?
Wait a minute, what's your home state, young fella?
Oklahoma, sir. Grand place on earth.
Yeah.
That's what Illinois. How about Wisconsin? Hey, Wisconsin's a good state.
Yeah, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Let's make a game of this. I'd like to have you boys sing a song that has the name of your state in it. Don't worry about the music. Leonard Suits and his men will pick it up. Come on, you guys from Pennsylvania. What do you say?
Strike off the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania polka. Take off your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania polka. Down by the Ohio. Just wait till I get back to Ohio.
Back home again in Indiana, through the fields I used to roam.
Oh, the weather comes sweeping down the plain. You're doing fine, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. And then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama, drowned, and don't forget the stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas.
Hey, soldier, why aren't you singing?
I'm from Rhode Island. We got no song.
Wait a minute. We'll get you one. Poor little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got no prairie moon for which coyotes croon. But I still think that you're great. You're such a teensy-weensy, poor little Rhode Island. Let all the Texans yippee. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South. They've written songs about the North. And I have heard them say there's nothing finer than Carolina in the morning. But how about the nice and cool little Rhode Island? Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day, she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's the place for me. And here's another chorus. Oh, little Rhode Island, be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day, she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. California, here I go. Way back east where they got snow. Oh, little Rhode Island, that's the place for me. Rochester, everybody's gone. Party's over. It was a big success, thanks to you. Now, will you help me clean up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor. I'd like to stay, but I got to go to a New Year's Eve party of my own.
Well, what time do you have to be there?
Don't make no difference. This one started last New Year's.
Oh, so that party's been going on since 1943. Tell me, Rochester, will the same gang still be there?
Just about. Of course, the draft board necessitated a few replacements.
That's very sad.
We got the hole slit in the window waiting for him to come back.
Rochester, I'll do anything in the world if you stay and help me with this mess. I'll even get down on my knees and beg you.
Mr. Cantor, if you get down on your knees, don't beg me, bathe me.
All right, if that's what you want, Rochester, I have some dice.
Go ahead, boss. Never thought I'd get a crack at a millionaire. Well, Mr. Cantor, that's $200,000.
$200,000?
Don't worry, Mr. Cantor, I'm good for it.
Oh, I'm sure you are, Rochester.
Good night, Mr. Cantor.
Good night, Rochester.
Before I go, Mr. Cantor, about them dice, are you sure they was on the level?
Why, certainly, Rochester. There was nothing phony about those dice.
Well, it's the first time I ever run up against a rug that was floated.
Happy New Year, Rochester! Each Wednesday with you, as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Be sure and listen in next week when we bring you a show full of surprises, including those famous Andrew sisters. Now for an important message. Ladies and gentlemen, there are convoys loaded with desperately needed war materials that are not sailing because the ships need experienced seamen. We must get those supplies to our fighting men. First mates, second mates, able-bodied seamen, and oilers are needed, and needed now. Wire collect, U.S. Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. Get those convoys sailing so they can bring our men back faster. This is Eddie Cantor saying, good night, everybody. See you next week.
Say, Mother, if Junior is suffering from a cold, don't worry about it. Kids under 10 catch more colds than people in any other age group. But be sure and do something about it. Get a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on the back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in nose and throat, too. What's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linen. And Minute Rub is just as good for you as it is for your child. So why not get a jar of this modern chest rub, Minute Rub?
is the National Broadcasting Company, KFI, Los Angeles.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Heiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing The Old Chaperone.
A handsome young man met a pretty young maid, andando in old Barcelona. Andando means walking, and he had an old chaperone, a crone. Yes, she had an old chaperone. Maria, the girl, noticed Pedro, the boy, a winking right there in the calle. Now, calle means street, and no one can make love in these streets with an old chaperone, a crone. No, not with an old chaperone. The old chaperone was her tia, and tia means auntie in Spain. She may have an aunt to Maria, but to Pedro she was a big pain. Oh, Pedro just smiled at Maria, the maid. The aunties, they sparkle and shone. The aunties means teeth, and that's just where he'd like to have kicked the old chaperone, the crone, the bothersome old chaperone. Why don't you go away, said the old chaperone. You're fluttering like a paloma. Now, paloma's a bird, and that's just what he gave her. And then he cried in an anguished tone, I hate you, you old chaperone. And then came the day of fiesta. Fiesta! Fiesta! The people all roared. Olé! It sounded so much like fiesta. The auntie just stayed home and snored. While auntie was dreaming, the lovers were beaming. They danced and they sang in the plaza. Now, plaza means square, but nobody there was as square as the old chaperone. For she left the two lovers alone. They respectfully thanked the old crone. They said, gracias, old chaperone. Olé!
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority Kay Dumet. Lovely hair shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in hard or soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumet blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. breakfast time as we look in now at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. So far, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson are the only ones at the table, and, as usual, Mrs. Anderson is laying down the law to her cuter half in no uncertain terms.
Something's got to be done, Herbert. Do you understand me?
Yes, Snuggle Buddy.
Mildred's almost 22 years old. She should have been married long ago, like every other girl in this town.
But she's practically engaged, Poopsie. And I'm sure that the very day Dennis is making enough money to support a wife.
Dennis? Yes, I can picture it now. How happy Mildred will be as they wheel her to the altar.
Now, it may not take as long as you think. Didn't Mr. Willoughby promise to give Dennis a raise as soon as he becomes a help in the business?
Exactly. You see how hopeless it is?
Well, the boy just hasn't found himself, that's all, Poopsie. Well, now, it's the truth. Maybe if we stopped criticizing him and helped him plan his future, he'd...
Morning, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Is something wrong? You look kind of depressed.
We were discussing you.
Oh, I see.
Dennis, my boy, have you ever tried to find yourself?
Why, no, sir. I always know where I am.
I was referring to your future, son.
My future?
You may as well know right now that we don't like long engagements in this family, Dennis. If you and Mildred want to be married in the near future, it's up to you to make something of yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Can you suggest something I could make?
No, I can't think of a single thing.
We're just trying to put you on the right track, my boy. You've got confidence in yourself, haven't you?
No, sir.
Well, at least you can go to your boss and tell him that you've got to have a chance for advancement or else, can't you?
No, sir.
Dennis, where's your courage?
Same place as my confidence.
Oh, it's hopeless, Herbert, hopeless. Come along.
Now, wait, dear.
Wait nothing. There are some men in this world who are really men, who can do a man's job. There are others who are incapable of it.
But, dear...
I said, come along, Herbert. You still have the upstairs to clean and the ironing to do.
Very well, Lotus Leaf.
Morning, Mother. Daddy.
Good morning, Mildred. Come along, Herbert.
Were you and the folks having a talk, Dennis?
Yeah. Your mother has finally come to the conclusion that I couldn't possibly be a success at anything I tried.
Why, where on earth did you get such a crazy idea?
I think it was from observing me constantly at close range.
Well, of all the nonsense. Don't you believe it, Dennis? They said things like that about all great men.
Honest?
Of course. They said Thomas Edison would never amount to anything, didn't they? And one day he invented the electric light. You can do the same thing.
Wouldn't it be kind of silly when you can buy them so cheap?
That isn't what I mean. All you need is a little nerve. Like going to your boss, Mr. Willoughby, and telling him off good.
Oh, golly, Mildred.
Dennis, say if you don't find the courage to do it this very day, I'll never speak to you again.
Mildred, you don't mean that.
I certainly do.
Well, I'll try. But don't be surprised if I come home tonight and hand you a book on sign language.
Dennis, is that... Why, John McNulty. How are you, John?
Oh, pretty good, Willoughby.
What are you doing down here, John? I thought you'd be up at the state capitol, getting your party's election campaign started.
Well, the race for mayor in this town looks a little tricky this year, Willoughby, so I came down to take charge. Our boy, Honest Jim, wants to be reelected, you know. He's still making payments on his yacht.
John, how do you explain to the voters that the mayor can buy a $20,000 yacht on an $800 a year salary?
We tell him he's very thrifty.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. But you see, there's two strong parties this year. The Free Independent Citizens Liberty Party, that's us crooks, and the Reform Party.
Uh-huh.
The Reform parties come out for lower taxes, better roads, higher pay for teachers, that sort of thing.
Radicals, huh?
Yeah. Our boy, Honest Jim, may have a little trouble this year. Personally, I'd like to chuck the whole thing up and retire to my toll bridge. But it's for the good of the party.
Well, you might be able to beat the Reform Party if you could split their vote.
Split their vote? How?
By running an independent candidate. A dummy.
He'll take votes away from the Reform Party, and Honest Jim will walk in on your machine vote.
Say, that's great. Oh, well, where could we find a guy stupid enough to run for us? Fella dopey enough to think he has a chance. A man so innocent that we can twist him around.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Say.
Short search, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
No, it's no good, Willoughby. I'm afraid he won't do.
Oh, now, wait. You said you needed a man with certain qualifications. Well, Dennis
That's
here...
obvious, but there's a point where even the voters will draw the line.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
He could be built up with publicity, couldn't he?
Well, anything's possible, of course.
I guess two's company and three's a crowd. Goodbye.
Dennis, come back here. Now, listen, my boy. I've always told you could go somewhere, haven't I?
Well, never in such a quiet voice before.
Well, my boy, I've got a proposition that's going to floor you. How would you like to be the mayor of Wheelerville?
Mr. Willoughby, have you been browsing around among the medicinal alcohol again?
Dennis, I'm serious.
Quick, how many fingers am I holding up?
You stop that. McNulty, your troubles are over. This is your candidate for mayor right here.
I think you're right, Willoughby.
Gosh, they're both loaded.
Now, let's look at this boy and see what he's got for politics.
Well, he's a war veteran, honest as the day is long, not a black mark on his record.
That doesn't mean a thing, Willoughby.
He sings and plays the banjo.
Now we're getting somewhere. My boy, go home and put on your best suit. You're calling on Senator Tom Harrington down at the hotel.
Senator Harrington? But doesn't he usually support the Reform Party candidate?
Well, that's just it. If we can get him to endorse Dennis this time, we've started the split.
But if we want him to endorse Dennis, isn't it dangerous to let him see Dennis?
All Dennis has to do is agree with everything the senator says. The senator will love him.
I see. All right, Dennis, get going.
Gee, you're serious about this, then? You really want me to run for mayor?
Of course we do, my boy.
Gosh, Mr. Willoughby, this is the happiest day of my whole life. And if I'm elected, I promise you'll never regret it. I promise I'll make Weaverville a town to be proud of. I promise I'll... Gee, isn't it wonderful? I sound like a candidate already. Mildred!
Why, Dennis, what are you doing home so early?
Oh, Mildred, I got the most wonderful news. Remember how your mother said there was absolutely nothing I was equipped to do?
So?
So I've decided to become a politician.
A politician?
Yeah, I'm running for mayor.
Mayor? Dennis, have you gone crazy? How could you possibly...
Dennis!
Oh, so you don't believe me, Mildred? Well, here's my campaign manager, Mr. Willoughby.
Dennis, you didn't take that seriously about running for mayor, did you? Don't you know who that man was in my store? Boss McNulty.
Boss McNulty? Why, he's the crookedest politician in the state.
Sure. I thought up that scheme to run those thieves out of town.
Huh?
McNulty doesn't want you to become mayor, Dennis. He's got his own candidate. Honest Jim Doan.
Well, that's a fine thing. And I was supposed to see this Senator Harrington this afternoon and get his endorsement. Well, I won't go.
Oh, yes, you will.
We've changed my mind.
I don't get it either.
Don't you see? If Dennis insults this senator and ridicules all his policies, he'll come out for the reform candidate, the man McNulty's really afraid of.
Gosh, Mildred, I gotta hand it to you. That head of yours is so heavy with brains, it's a wonder you can keep your neck up.
Thank you, Dennis.
Mildred's right, Dennis. McNulty is beaten if you can get the senator really mad at you. You think you can?
Are you kidding? People get mad at me when I'm not trying. When I am, I'll be sheer murder.
Dennis Day, did you say the name was?
That's right, Senator. Candidate for mayor on the independent ticket.
Ah, I see. Question of endorsement. Well, frankly, Day, I lean a little toward the Reform Party.
Good, I'll give you a push.
You mean you don't want my endorsement?
I got enough handicaps now, pal. Look at your policies.
What about my policies?
What about them? There.
Oh, just a minute. Haven't I taken a firm stand on the slum problem, on the various...
The slum problem? What have you done about it? You've been in office 6 years and you haven't put up a single slum.
Now, see here.
And aren't you the author of a bill to help juvenile delinquency?
I am.
How about that? Don't you think it's growing fast enough without any help from you?
Now, you listen here.
Policies. Bad.
Is that all? Are you through?
It all depends. What do you think of me?
Well, you're certainly outspoken. As a matter of fact, I rather like you.
Then I'm not through.
You're not?
No. For instance, you say you always fight for minority groups.
I do?
I'm laughing.
I defy you to name one minority group I haven't fought for.
Millionaires.
Millionaires?
And then you have the nerve to come out in favor of crime prevention. Why, you ought to be ashamed.
Being in favor of crime prevention is bad?
You know what a thing like that can lead to, don't you?
What?
Unemployed policemen.
Oh, stop!
Had enough? Do you hate me?
Well, no, of course not. But
Then you haven't had enough.
Enough what?
Oh, so now you're getting nosy, asking questions. The big senator. How many subcommittees are you on?
Why, 5 or 6.
5 or 6? One senator? No wonder we have more subcommittees than we have subs.
Day, that's very funny.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Oh, you have a capital sense of humor. And to think that at first I thought you were serious.
We couldn't return to that mood, huh?
My boy, you certainly have a novel approach. Why, you've got the Reform Party candidate lashed to the mast. I'll be proud to endorse you for mayor.
But, Senator, you don't understand. I hate you. I hate your policies. Get mad, Senator.
By Jove, you're a card. And I think you'll make a darn good mayor, too. Goodbye, my boy.
No, Senator, no.
Goodbye.
Good gosh, now what have I done? That's what I get for being tricky. Why didn't I just act normal and let him feel for me what came naturally?
But I keep telling you I don't know where Mr. Day is.
Look, lady, we go to press in an hour, and I want an interview.
But it's ridiculous. Mr. Day isn't running for mayor.
Don't kid me. We got the tip right from John McNulty.
I can't help what, Miss... Oh, Dennis, at last, tell this man you're not running for mayor.
I can't.
What?
We've got some pretty peculiar men running this country, Mildred. The senator likes me.
Dennis, come into the den. Excuse us a minute, please, mister. Now, what is all this?
Well, it's just like I said. The senator's going to endorse me. I came up with all kinds of silly ideas, but they had no effect.
But how could a man like the senator fail to recognize silly ideas when he heard them?
I don't know. I guess he's been in Washington too long.
Oh, Dennis, this is awful. That reporter wants a story from you, and once it's in the paper, you'll... Wait a minute.
You've got another idea, I can tell. That scared feeling is coming over me again.
Look, all you have to do is tell that reporter your platform.
Where does that get me?
Oh, right out of the race if you make it bad enough. Just tell him anything you can think of that's bad government. He'll print it, and that's the end of you for mayor.
Hey, maybe you're right. I'll get right to work on it. You wanted to see me, son?
Yeah, Mr. Day, I'm from the Bugle. I came for an interview. Can we have your platform for mayor?
You bet, son. First thing I'm going to do is open up the town.
I beg pardon?
I say this town's going to be wide open. Lotto, bingo, screeno, penny matching, all foul vices like that.
Oh, you don't say.
Yep. Next, I promise to close all the schools. That ought to swing the kid vote my way 100%.
It's not bad. Of course, the kids can't vote.
Mere technical triviality.
I'm putting it down in your very own words here.
Fine.
Of course, I may ask you to initial it later. My editor thinks I drink.
Well, if you don't, you better learn how. You know what we're going to have in all the public drinking fountains when I'm mayor?
What?
Bourbon.
Bourbon in the drinking fountain.
Sure. A lot of our brave boys missed the lush war years, didn't they? Well, we're going to have a lush peacetime.
Hold the paper for me, will you? I'm starting to shake a little.
Glad to, son.
You know something, boy? You might be just screwy enough to get elected.
Don't say that.
Sure. Honest Jim and the reform candidates they're both dull as dishwater. With them cutting each other's throats, a screwball like you has a wonderful chance.
Gosh, your paper isn't going to support me, is it?
No. And that's another sign in your favor.
Huh?
Oh, sure. My paper has a perfect record. We came out against George Washington, and we've been hitting them that good ever since. Well,
Mildred, I need you.
I know, I heard.
What am I going to do? Every time I open my mouth, the votes pour in.
Dennis, I've made up my mind. There's only one solution.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, then, let's go.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. What's the solution?
Why, we're going to win the election, silly. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, did I?
No, and I was kind of interested. Win the election? Me?
Certainly. The only one who can beat you is Mr. McNulty's candidate. Mr. McNulty pulled a dirty trick on you, didn't he? Well, we'll pull a dirtier one on him.
Atta girl. What do we do?
Suppose we manage to get a picture of Mr. McNulty threatening you with a gun in his hand.
With a gun in his hand?
Yes.
This is a dirty trick on Mr. McNulty?
When the picture appears, he'll be out of the race.
Suppose he decided to pull the trigger. It'll be a dead heat.
The gun will be empty, silly. You'll have it in your pocket. Then you'll pick a fight with him and let him take the gun away from you.
And then what?
I'll have that reporter outside the door with a camera. And as soon as we hear you say you wouldn't dare, we burst in and snap the picture.
Holy smoke. I wouldn't have your mind for anything. You wouldn't dare as the cue, huh?
Yes. We'll get Daddy's old revolver out of his drawer. Oh, we can't miss, Dennis, and you'll be the next mayor. Will you do it?
I suppose so. But you know something, Mildred? The only difference between my life and the perils of Pauline is that Pauline was all sure of being around for the next episode.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. The kid's too strong with the press and the senator behind him. Yeah, let him be mayor for a year and hang himself. Next year we'll be so strong they'll never get us out. Okay, Jim, that's it then. We'll withdraw. Yeah. So long, Jim. Come in. Oh, hello, Day.
McNulty, I got news for you. I'm going out to win that election and make laughing stocks out of you and your stooge.
Oh? Well, more power to you, my boy. Good luck.
Oh, yeah? You and who else?
Didn't you hear me? I said, good luck, my boy.
Come outside and say that.
Dave, you gone crazy?
Oh, you want to fight, huh? Get your hands up in front of your face and keep them there. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear what I said? I wished you all...
I heard what you said, you rat. Take that. I'm that.
Take what?
I don't know, but that's what they always say. Didn't you hear me call you a rat? If a fellow said that to me, I'd shoot him.
You would?
Yes, sirree. I'd take out my gun and shoot him.
Well, I don't have a gun.
Just so happens that I have.
What?
Here, why don't you grapple with me and take it away?
Don't be silly.
Go ahead. I grapple easy.
Put that thing down, Dave.
Oh, come on, old man. Let's play the game.
Stop, will you?
I dare you to take it away from me. I double dare you. You wouldn't dare.
Hold it.
Hey, wait a minute. He's supposed to be holding the gun, not me.
Oh, Dennis.
Oh, boy, what a shot. Boy, candidate threatens rival political boss. Wow, thanks, pal.
Well, I didn't think you could lose this election, son, but it looks like you figured out a way.
Yeah, that's me. Lucky mornings and normal afternoons.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Dennis.
Well, it looks like we've got a cinch now. Our boy, Honest Jim, will walk in.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll fix him. He won't have a chance.
And just how do you intend to beat him?
He can't possibly win. I'm going out and campaign for him.
stay. We'll be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are about to demonstrate. Scene, a picnic. But it's no picnic for our hero. Listen.
Jeepers, Janie. Every time I try to warm up to you lately, I get the cold shoulder. What gives, anyway?
You mean you definitely don't know, Joe?
Oh, Jenny, I haven't even got the makings of an idea.
That's the trouble with your trouble, Joe. Ask your dentist, won't you? Please.
And here's what Joe found out.
Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth. Cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing That's My Desire.
To spend one night with you in our old rendezvous and reminisce with you. That's my desire.
Tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to have in our studios a man whose name I'm sure many of you know. If you have listened very carefully to one of our most delightful programs, indeed one of the most delightful programs on the air anywhere, and have listened all the way through to the end, you have heard his name many times. Certainly he is a man whose art you are familiar with and whose art you have enjoyed tremendously, I know, whether or not you know his name. For he is the writer of our delightful program, The Halls of Ivy, and his name is Quinn, Mr. Don Quinn. As I said, Mr. Quinn, it is a great pleasure to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you.
I think that our listeners will be interested first, although we want to talk about Halls of Ivy, of course. I think they'll be interested first in talking about Don Quinn. Who are you? Where are you from? Where were you born? And so on. Where were you born, Mr. Quinn?
I was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, although my family traveled quite a bit through the Midwest. My father was a Chamber of Commerce organizer who would go to a town, organize a chamber, and run it a year and then move on. So my schooling was rather sketchy.
Oh, yes, all over the great Midwest of our country. Huh?
Yes, through Michigan, Pennsylvania, Illinois.
Uh-huh. Then you were educated here and there and everywhere.
If you can call it educated, yes. I always say I'm a self-made illiterate.
What do you mean by that?
Well, most of my education has been, as I say, it was scattered here and there, and most of it has been through reading and observation.
Uh-huh. One would think that you must be an extremely highly educated man. I mean, from the standpoint of formal education, however, since you write this program, Halls of Ivy, which is quite an erudite script sometimes, I think.
Thank you. I'm glad to have this illusion is being perpetuated, but it's quite fraudulent in the fact that my formal education has been neglected. However, my wife is a journalist from Northwestern, and practically a Phi Beta Kappa, although she denies it. And she is my reference point for most of the college work.
Oh, indeed. I'm very much interested in that. I was going to ask you if you had any family. Now you have told us of your wife, and she is helpful, eh?
She's very helpful and a great critic.
Good. What is it, the famous old phrase out of a play of years ago, best friend and severest critic, eh?
Yes.
Any other family, Mr. Quinn?
Yes, I have 2 children, a girl 16, Nancy, and a boy, Johnny, 10.
Oh, are they here with you?
Nancy is with us.
Oh, Nancy is, huh? I hope she and all of you are enjoying your Hawaiian visit.
My daughter's practically in tears at the thought of going home Thursday.
Well, we're sorry to see her and all of you go. We hope that you'll be inspired to come back.
It's been a delightful visit, and we hope to make this an annual tour.
How long have you stayed this time?
Between boats, 10 days.
Oh, have you been here before?
Yes, we were here in the summer of 1941.
Oh, and this is your first opportunity to get back again?
Yes, the first time, but it won't be the last. We're going to try to make this more frequent.
Fine, I'm delighted to hear that. Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Quinn?
I have so many hobbies I don't have time for my work. I get in my car and drive in the mountains, which is my principal hobby. I paint, I pistol shoot, skeet shooting, chess, reading, theater, any number of things.
You have a well-rounded and full life, eh?
I have a lot of fun.
As a matter of fact, I imagine they all help you in your work, too.
They all contribute, if only in the matter of relaxation and rest.
Yes. Capable writer should be a versatile fellow of many interests and so on.
Well, radio writing is a highly competitive business, and it's a great strain during the broadcasting season. And when vacation time comes along, it's highly welcome.
Yes.
And anything you can do to relax is all to the good, and there is nothing like a trip to Hawaii in this direction.
That's so true. How did you come to get into radio writing, by the way? You know, in this business, very often the question is, from what profession do you come? How did you get into radio? How about with you, Mr. Quinn?
I came from the ranks of commercial cartooning.
Indeed.
Which in 1929 and 30 laid, as Variety says, a big egg. I had been giving jokes to a radio comedian around Chicago named Jim Jordan.
Oh, yes.
Who is now Fibber McGee.
Yes.
And they asked me if I would write a show for them called Smack Out, which was a rural community country store skit. And I wrote this for 4 years, a country store, rural thing, without ever having been off the city street. So you can see I'm a fraud all the way along here, writing a college show with no education, and as a city boy writing a country show. And from that, the Fibber McGee and Molly stemmed from that country store skit, because we featured tall stories. This is why we called him Fibber McGee.
Oh, I see. That's where the name Fibber came from. Yes. And that's how you came to start writing that script.
Yeah.
I neglected to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Quinn did, of course, also originate Fibber McGee and Molly and wrote it for many, many years.
17 to be exact.
17, really?
Yes.
We, of course, have carried that show, too, here, Mr. Quinn, and have enjoyed having it very much, Fibber McGee and Molly. Now let's get to Halls of Ivy, shall we? We all love that show so much. It's such a beautiful thing. And that's no Ho-O-Molly Molly. Have you learned what Ho-O-Molly Molly is?
As far as I know, it means nonsense.
Well,
or fun, or...
kid 'em along.
Yes.
I think the best meaning of it is flattery.
Oh,
flattery, yes. Probably the truest meaning. And so that's no flattery. That's no Ho-O-Molly Molly. We really
Hui is not a contraction of this, is it?
No, no. Ho-O-Molly Molly is pure Hawaiian. We do love the show, and so let's talk about that, shall we?
Yeah.
Tell me, will you, how was the idea for the program born in the first place?
Well, this was a mental conception which, like all reporters, have a play in the trunk which is never finished, the ideal book or play or production. This was my idea of a show in which a thought could be expressed once in a while, a little above the average low comedy, and I have very high respect for low comedy. It's entertainment for a lot of people. But during the war, in the government allocation program of war messages on Fibber McGee and Molly, we found that we could sell an idea embedded in comedy very successfully. We used to take the war themes and build shows around them rather than tie them on the end of the show and brush them off. So with this in mind, I thought I would like to do a fairly literate type of show for me. I didn't think it would ever go on. It was just a dream show. But my agent and very good friend, Mr. Nat Wolfe, who was the husband of Edna Best, the English actress, kept after me to write this show until I finally did it to get rid of him. And it went on, the first show went on exactly as written. I don't think a word was changed. It was quite a successful thing from the beginning, much to my gratification.
Yes, of course. That must have been a thrill of satisfaction for a writer, eh?
Yes,
after dreaming about it for a while.
Yes, this was a dream come true. It doesn't happen very often.
It was purely then from the standpoint of a writer's ideas. He would like to get across a thought, as you say, a serious or a worthwhile thought.
That's right.
Dressed up in comedy, huh?
Yes, in almost every show, no matter how frothy the show itself is, we try to have at least one line or paragraph or idea which you can take home with you. If it's only don't kick dogs or be good to your mother.
Yes.
Usually it's some little bit of philosophy, maybe borrowed, maybe original. But in every show we like to have one serious thought. Exactly. And I think we've done it fairly successfully.
Oh, you certainly have. I remember many of them. I remember one. One comes to mind, and in fact has seldom left my mind. That charming script that you had about the award, the literary award. And Dr. Hall thought at first that, of course, that he had won it. It was for his book, and then it turned out that it was for a student, and so on. And you had that beautiful bit of Chinese philosophy at the end.
Yes.
About the teacher and so on.
Well, innumerable, I would say innumerable, but a great many of our shows have been requested, copies have been requested by various state and government agencies.
Oh.
And, for instance, we had one on adoption.
Yes.
And in which we expressed to a child why he was adopted.
I remember.
And this script was requested by a great many state welfare agencies as a proper explanation to a child of adoption.
Mm-hmm.
General Hershey asked for copies of a script for indoctrination purposes. We had one on hoodlumism in the colleges of young men who felt that they were going to go in the army anyway, and they might as well have fun while they could, and they had a destructive attitude, a lack of obligation to their own citizenship. And this was considered quite valuable by General Hershey, and he's using that script now. Now, this has happened so many times with this show that we're all very happy that we're entertaining as well as useful.
Yes, exactly. It must be most gratifying. I wondered if perhaps something of the idea had been inspired by the people. You know, sometimes an idea, I think, for a writer is inspired by an actor that he has to work with. Is that? Do you find that true?
We get material from all directions, particularly the people concerned with the show.
Uh-huh.
We have bought scripts from the violinist in the show, from the musical director, from two of the engineers, from an announcer. A lot of people around the show offer ideas. Now, we hesitate to accept an idea from outside, from people we do not know.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we return them unread. This is it's too bad because we probably pass up a great many wonderful ideas. But motion picture studios use this too, because the dangers of suit for plagiarism later on are so great from crackpots and opportunists that they don't dare read unsolicited manuscripts. We have to depend on known sources. We have a staff of 3 or 4 writers, of which I am one, and I edit all the shows. No show goes on without my having edited every word of it and practically rewriting the whole show mostly.
Uh-huh.
But it's a very small stable, as we say, of writers, and most of our shows stem from those.
From your own, yes, I see.
The ideas come from everywhere and by osmosis.
Yes, I suppose you perhaps have an actor play a part, and the way he handles a given scene or a given development probably will give you an idea for something that you can use in a later script. Is that not so?
This happens all the time in radio. Something happens, and you realize that you've found a quality or a piece of business which is valuable, and then you use it again. And this is why a great many radio actors and types have been developed. If they're not good, you drop them, you not use them again. But pieces of business like Fibber's Closet and certain professors on Ivy have stemmed from what was intended as a one-time performance. But they've been so good that they've been retained and repeated. So you never know. This is one of the fun things of radio. You never know where your next property is coming from.
Yes, how true. How did the charming Colemans get into the picture?
By inadvertence, a lucky inadvertence, fortuitous. The show was originally written for Mr. Gale Gordon, who is a very prominent and, to my mind, the most proficient actor in radio, a fine man. It was written for him and Edna Best, the English actress. But Miss Best had to go east to do some Maurice Evans plays in New York, and Mr. Gordon was tied up contractually, and we couldn't have him, so we had to frantically recast. And Mr. and Mrs. Coleman were suggested, and they turned out to be the ideal people. I don't know why we didn't think of them in the first place, but they have just been wonderful ever since. They are Dr. Hall. As a matter of fact, he gets mail addressed to Dr. Hall asking him to solve college problems.
That's marvelous. Imagine. That certainly must be gratifying to him, eh?
Practically all our mail is gratifying. It's a very pleasant, very literate type of fan mail.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a great joy in answering it. I have a lot of fun even answering the crackpot letters, of which every show gets a few.
Sure, I suppose. For instance, do you recall anything that might be interesting or amusing?
Yes, I do. We happen to be on for a beer sponsor.
Yes.
And some fanatic type in California said that we were undermining the youth of the nation and selling them into alcoholic slavery and other such nonsense.
Yeah.
And as the privilege of answering a personal letter was mine, I answered this and told her that Christ's first miracle was turning water into wine, and I hoped one of his later ones would be turning bigots into human beings.
Oh, marvelous. There's a line for a writer if I ever heard one. It must be a great pleasure for you to work with the Colemans, isn't it?
It is pure delight because they're very charming, literate, gracious people. And we couldn't be fonder of them than we are. And they're very conscientious. They do a wonderful job. And Mr. Coleman is somewhat of a literary authority himself. which saves me a great deal of work. I just refer to him instead of Bartlett's quotation.
Oh, indeed. I was going to ask you if they ever made any suggestions, do they?
They have both written scripts. Ronnie has written 2 scripts, and Benita has written 1. And they're very sharp critics. They know when a theme or an attitude is fraudulent and correct it. Not that it often is in this show, because we work too closely together. But they are very sharp in detecting a false note or a lack of quality.
Yes, well, that certainly must be most helpful. Too, in listening to the show, they seem to enjoy themselves very much. You can tell, you know. An actor feels the reactions and he feels the script, and I think a knowing listener can feel the actor's feeling, if you get what I mean.
I have always held to the theory that friendliness is a communicable feeling in the air.
Yeah.
And this is probably, and I can say this after 25 or 30 years of radio writing, this is probably the happiest group of people on one show that I've ever seen. Everyone likes everyone else. Everyone is competent. We have experts in every department. And it is, from a writer's standpoint and a production standpoint, it's a pure joy to put this show on the air every week.
I imagine. It certainly sounds as though everybody's having a fine time, and certainly sounds as though the visual audience is having a fine time.
They all love it. They all want to come back week after week, but we like new people in there every week to give them all a chance to see it.
Of course. Do the Colemans ever express themselves as missing the stage? I mean, does Halls of Ivy quite take the place of the stage for them, or what?
Well, I think all actors have a certain nostalgia for the stage, but this is such a pleasant and comparatively easy chore for an actor, and I think it's the compensation is a little higher, except maybe for a motion picture.
Yes.
And then you're not under the pressure that you are in either the stage or pictures.
Absolutely.
So I think they enjoy this as much as they would a stage production.
You may, if you wish, say I refuse to answer, you understand, because I'm going to ask you a question now to which you may want to give that answer. We extend that privilege beforehand. However, I hope you won't. The question is this. Is the idea of the show, or are any of the characters in it, biographical or perhaps autobiographical?
No. There's no autobiographical basis for any of the characters. Some of them have been borrowed lightly from people we know. But we don't lean heavily on acquaintances. Mostly they're idealizations of people that we have known.
I see. How did Mr. Wellman develop? Of course, quite obviously, or it seems quite obvious, he has become a very popular character. How did he develop?
He developed mostly, I think, because we needed a conflict in the show. We needed a menace of some sort and a dissonant note.
Yeah.
Which he fulfills very well. He's a fine man and a good actor, and he's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I will say that college boards throughout the country have taken this kid in very good part.
Have they?
Yes, no, there is no malice in it.
Yeah. He plays the part beautifully, no question about it. His pacing and his moves.
Well, he's a very competent actor.
Who is he?
He's an old Herbert Butterworth.
Oh, yes.
A stock company of many years, an actor of long standing.
That's very interesting. To get back to that other thing I was talking about, the theory of the actor inspiring the writer, have any things that he has done, any treatments that he has given the part, ever inspired you to, given you an idea for some future script?
Well, any writer or any producer who ignores an actor's suggestions is an idiot, because they have some very valuable contributions to make. They know what they want to say and how they're going to say it. And the best radio writing is done for certain talents and for certain people, tailored to their delivery. And everyone on our show is free to submit ideas, and they all take advantage of it. They all submit them, and we listen very respectfully to them, including Mr. Wellman.
Good, that's fine. And, of course, Mr. Merriweather is... He's our friend.
Mr. Merriweather is Gale Gordon.
Yes, I know.
Who was the original Dr. Hall.
Yeah.
Plan.
The planned original, yes. Well, of course, when he comes in and takes up the fight in Toddy's behalf, we all love him, of course. How did he develop?
Well, he developed from the very first show.
Yeah.
He was such a likable character that we decided to use him as an offset for Mr. Wellman.
Yeah. You've certainly given him some terrific lines. Some of these comedy things of his are delightful. And the housekeeper, how about her? Did you just insert her for a reason?
Well, our production man, Mr. Milton Merlin, who is a book reviewer, a very well-read man, and one of our chief writers, practically invented her.
Oh.
And she's played by Elizabeth Patterson, who was an old-time movie actress and whom you would recognize instantly if you saw her.
Yes. My wife and I recognized the name right away, of course, and I think the voice, too, yes. Which character would you say gets the strongest audience response? I suppose that's Dr. Hall himself, but I mean of the other characters.
I think Mr. Wellman, probably.
Mr.
Wellman, yes. Overwhelmingly, I would say, after Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall. Because he's probably the most projecting of the characters.
Yes, yes. You usually give him a very flamboyant entrance or exit, and he has some snapper to his exit.
That's right. And every once in a while we give him something nice to do to show that he is a human being after all.
Yes, I noticed that toward the end of last season. You had a very nice touch in there. Don, do you work with the production itself? I mean, do you attend the rehearsals yourself and so on?
I work very closely with the production.
Yeah.
I see the script all the way through, editing every word.
Do you?
Inserting a great deal of my own work.
Mm-hmm.
Then I attend every rehearsal and every broadcast. This, to me, is one of the writer's obligations, because if anything should happen, if an emergency should arise at the last minute, the writer must be there to make corrections and changes. If an actor has an accident on the way to the studio, this leaves a very embarrassing gap in a script.
Oh, yes.
So I think it's part of a writer's duty to follow through the actual broadcast.
Oh, I see, yes. Then you must know very well my old friend Arthur Bryan.
Arthur Bryan's a very dear old friend of mine and
Indeed.
a very competent actor.
Yes, he is.
I've worked with Arthur for 15 years.
Oh, really? I had the pleasure of working with him 20 years ago.
Well, he's never done a bad job that I know of.
No.
He's always in there pitching.
Nice guy, too.
Yes, he is.
When do you expect Halls of Ivy to return to the air this season?
I think in October. We're still negotiating contracts.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something about your own personal, shall I say, not problems, because you have a very happy situation here, and quite obviously from our conversation, it goes along smoothly and happily, and you're pleased with the whole thing, as who could blame you?
It's the smoothest and most pleasant operation I've ever been connected with in radio.
Yeah? Isn't that swell? That's fine. I think it shows it, too. I really do. But to get back to what I was going to say, the problems of radio writers themselves. After all, some are lucky and some are not. Some are successful and some are not. As we say in show business, some get the breaks and some do not. What about that? What's your view on that? Are you a member of the Writers Guild, for instance?
I am practically a charters member of the Radio Writers Guild, a charter member, and I have been on the council for almost 10 years.
Oh, really?
And if I may... You said that this was... I didn't have to answer a question. Well, you don't have to listen to this answer either. But there was a recent blast in the newspaper by, I think, Senator McCarran, charging that the Radio Writers Guild was red-dominated.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that.
Well, I think it is pure hogwash. Senator McCarran is a politician, and all politicians will do almost anything for a vote or a headline or to perpetuate themselves in office, and I think this charge is pure nonsense. I've known these writers for many, many years, almost a great many of them personally, and neither in council meetings or membership meetings has politics ever arisen.
Oh, really?
This is one of the two taboo subjects. The other is the quality of radio shows, because other authors, your friends, are present. We don't discuss each other's shows.
Oh, yes. And you do not discuss politics?
We do not discuss politics, except where legislation is pending concerning the welfare and status of writers in general.
Oh, yes.
This is the only thing the Guild is interested in, is the status of writers and their welfare. And the fact that there are probably, as in all organizations where you have 600 or 700 members, there are probably a few communists. But they certainly do not dominate the Guild. They have, as a matter of fact, I don't think I know any. And I know a lot of these men personally.
Mm-hmm.
And in the first place, the chances of a subversive attitude or line or script reaching the air are highly remote. In the first place, not many writers are communists because they are independent thinkers, and the Communist Party does not welcome independent thinkers. These are individuals, and they are granted that they're all shades of political opinions, and a great many of them are liberals. This does not make them communists in my mind, because I'm a liberal myself. But to get a subversive line on the air after going through production men, advertising men, mimeograph girls, engineers, network authorities, continuity acceptance, this would require a collusion on the part of all people, which would be utterly fantastic.
Yes.
And I think to get communistic ideas either on the screen or on the radio are very remote. I've never heard one in all my years of radio writing. As a matter of fact, the record of the writers during the war effort was very, very good. I personally have a drawer full of citations, medals, and recommendations from various government agencies, and I'm only one writer.
Yes.
They've all done great work during the war and supported the government in all ways, and it annoys me very much to hear this group branded as red-dominated, because I do not think they are. In fact, I'm sure they're not.
Well, it's wonderful and certainly most gratifying to hear you say that. It would seem to me, on the face of it, to be a little ridiculous anyhow, because if some subversive line or thought had to be so extremely subtle that it would get by all of these people,
anyway.
That's the point, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much, Don Quinn. It's been a great pleasure to have you in our studio. Ladies and gentlemen, this Don Quinn, whom you have heard talking, is the originator, owner, and writer of the famous program, The Halls of Ivy. And it was he who originated and wrote for many years our other popular show that we used to carry, Fibber McGee and Molly. We all look forward to the return of your delightful Halls of Ivy, Don Quinn, and we all look forward to the return of you and Mrs. Quinn and your children to Hawaii.
Thank you, Owen. It's been delightful to be here, and I hope you can come back soon.
I hope you can. Aloha.
Aloha nui.
This interview of Mr. Quinn has been transcribed in our studios and presented as another of our broadcasts in the public interest. This is Owen Cunningham speaking.
One day a hush will fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and take the field. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow.
This is NBC in Hawaii.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks.
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Well, here it is, the first day of April, All Fool's Day. All over the country, people of dignity drop their cloak of respectability and declare open season for silliness. And the people in Mel Blanc's little town are no exception, especially Mel Blanc himself. Anyway, let's sneak into his fix-it shop and listen. Shh, he's on the phone.
Is that you, Henry? I have a phone call for you from Dr. Rooster. Just a minute, I'll put him on. Oh, it was some joke on him. Yeah, now let's see who'll I call. I'll get another name out of the phone directory. Mrs. Raines, Mrs. Robinson, Mrs. Roy. Mrs. Roy, that's a good one. Hello, Mrs. Roy? I want to speak to Mrs. Roy. This one is a dilly. Is that you, Mrs. Roy? Mrs. Roy, is Kill there?
Laughing at?
Oh, Betty, it's April Fool's Day, and I'm having fun on the telephone. Just watch this. Here's a Richie name in the phone book. Mrs. Uppington Van Sloan. Hello?
Hello?
Are you the lady that washes?
I beg your pardon.
I said, are you the lady that washes?
Of course not.
Oh, you dirty thing!
You better be careful now. One of your jokes is liable to backfire.
Oh, Betty, that's never happened to me, except once last year. Then I only spent 2 days in the hospital.
What happened?
Well, don't you remember last April Fool I disguised my voice? I woke up your father... I woke up your father at 4 a.m. and said on the phone, "You're a big fat jerk and a moron. Guess who this is?"
Yeah, well, how did you get in the hospital?
He guessed. Oh, I don't know. I can never pull a joke on your father.
Well, don't try it this year, Mel, especially since Father's beginning to like you so much.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, no, Father likes you very much. Last night when you were over the house, I heard him asking in the kitchen for a little bite.
Yeah, and his teeth marks are still on my arm. Let me see. Who else can I play a joke on?
Well, not with me around. I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh, Betty, your slipper showing.
Oh, where?
On your clothesline. April! Fool. Oh, now I'm alone. I can pull the biggest one of them all. And this year he won't catch me. I'm going to call Betty's father.
Hello?
London calling. Mr. Colby.
London? Yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Smythe Twombly, the lawyer, calling. Mr. Colby, it is my duty to inform you that your uncle, Sir Percival Colby, has just been buried.
Buried?
Had to. Dead, you know.
Well, but I haven't got an Uncle Percival.
And furthermore, he left you his entire fortune.
Oh, yes, dear Uncle Percy, yes. How much did he leave?
Well, it's a matter of £2 million, 30 guineas, 5 shillings, 2 pence, and a jacket. We'll mail you the check in a fortnight.
A fortnight?
In fact, we'll send the check airmail. It may take only 3 nights. Well, cheerio.
Oh, I'm rich.
What a terrific rib. Oh, gee. I forgot to say April Fool. Hey, what if he takes me seriously? Oh, no, he couldn't be that stupid.
Hello, Val.
Well, Professor Potchnick, my favorite music teacher. Have I been having fun today?
Why all of a sudden today?
Well, don't you know it's April the 1st, All Fool's Day?
Oh, pardon me. Happy birthday, Mel.
Professor, don't you get it? April Fool is when you play jokes on people.
Oh, please, don't remind me. Last year I played a joke on my wife, Sonia. I made believe I was out of town. I called up the house and I said, "Hello, Sonia, this is Joe. Your husband's out of town. This is my chance. Joe needs you. Joe wants to come right over." Was I embarrassed?
Well, how come?
Joe answered the phone. So I divorced her and she married Joe. And this poor Joe got troubles.
Why?
Now when he's calling up, I'm answering the phone.
Say, are you going to get married again, Professor?
Yes, but with someone in my own profession. Here is an ad I'm putting in the Musical Digest. Male piano teacher wants to marry female piano teacher. Object, baby grand. Well, Mel, I got to be...
Oh, hello, Mel. Hello, Professor. Congratulate me. I'm a millionaire. Oh, Mr.
Oh,
Colby.
here, Mel. Have a box of soap chips. Well, have 2 boxes.
Mr. Colby.
Well, don't stand there like that. This isn't just money. It's soap chips.
You came into a fortune?
Yes, 2 million pounds. My uncle in England died. Well, I'm giving away my supermarket, and I'm going to build another one. I'll build the biggest in the world. In fact, it'll be so big, people will think it's a drugstore.
Mr. Colby, I think there's something you ought to know.
Oh, not now, Mel. I've given away half my supermarket, and I came down here to give you anything you want. Now, what do you need?
Mr. Colby, is it hard to get rope?
No, I'll give you just as much as you want.
I just want a little for my neck. Listen,
No time. Yippee! I'm a millionaire. Come on, Professor Botchnick.
Yippee!
Oh, I just happen to think, please, Professor. No. My uncle died.
Isn't that terrible?
Yes,
Tell me, are you giving away Russian caviar?
Yes. What kind? You want red or black?
Well, as long as you're in mourning, make it black.
Oh, what have I done? This is the worst fix I've ever gotten myself into. Mr. Colby finds out it's an April Fool joke. This fool won't see the end of April.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and you can't see the sun when you're crying.
You can't see the sun when you're crying. A tear can't hide the brightest sky of blue. And you can't hear a song when you're sighing, no matter how the birds sing for you.
Suppose you made believe your eyes
were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean 'em up to look for rainbows when it rains. 'Cause you can't see the sun when you're crying. So smile and let the sun shine through. Oh, dry those tears, 'cause you can't see the sun when you're crying. You can't even hear a robin when you're sighing. Just supposing you made believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. You'd clean 'em up to see rainbows when it rains. 'Cause you can't see the sun when you're crying. So smile and let the sun, smile and let the sun shine through.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mel's innocent little April Fool joke has gotten him into plenty of trouble. He phoned Mr. Colby, pretending to be an English lawyer, and convinced Colby that his uncle had died and left him $1 million. The joke went so well that Mr. Colby is giving away his supermarket to everybody in town, expecting the money to arrive from England.
While Mel is figuring out how to break the news to Mr. Colby, along comes more trouble in the person of the town beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. What's new in your life?
Nothing. I'm still crazy about great big adorable me. In fact, Mel, I'm as fragrant as can be. I'm so sweet, perfume smells me.
Oh, will you cut that out, Hartley?
Well, Mel, old boy, it's the truth. Haven't you heard of the new perfume that's coming out?
No, what's the name of it?
Evening with Hartley Benson. It comes in 3 strengths: tender kiss, burning kiss, and oh, Hartley, you're straightening out my Gruen Curvex. I received the first test bottle of it just last week.
Well, how was it?
Well, I sprayed myself with half the bottle because I had a date with a gorgeous, glamorous blonde.
Well, what happened?
Nothing. I smelled so good that I stayed home and danced with myself. I tell you, Mel, I was the loveliest couple on the floor.
Look, Hartley, let me alone. I've got enough trouble.
In that case, I shall be off. I'm such a lovely thing, I'm giving myself an engagement ring. Goodbye, Mel. Nice seeing me.
What a character. Next time he does that, I'm going to throw him a fish. Gosh, Mr. Colby is still giving things away. There must be a way to stop him. The more he gives away, the more he'll kill me. Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo,
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Well, mighty potentate, how's your dreamboat?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is tugboat. Matter of fact, she's a cross between a barge and a sloop. Sort of a bloop.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. She doesn't look like that.
If she doesn't, Mel, why is it that every night when I go to sleep, I dream about Moby Dick the whale? You should hear that woman snore. Every once in a while, I get up yelling, "There she goes!" Mel, you should see her open her mouth when she snores. Jonah could walk in standing up. What a woman.
You sound pretty disgusted, mighty potentate.
Well, the other day I was cooking. I could hear my wife nagging, "Salt the potatoes, clean the lettuce, watch the biscuits." Then my wife came into the kitchen. She lit the burners, opened the door, and said, "Oh, John, put the turkey in the oven." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I got no one to talk to.
Well, I'm glad I got you to talk to, mighty potentate. I played a joke on Mr. Colby, and now he's giving everything away in his supermarket.
He is. My wife's shopping there right now. Maybe somebody will take her.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me finish. The reason he's giving everything away is because I fooled him into thinking he had inherited a fortune. Now, how can I get out of it?
Well, let me think. You could commit suicide. No, I'm saving that for myself. I've got it. Well, why don't you disguise yourself as a lawyer? Tell him there was some mistake and he really didn't inherit that money. You understand?
I do.
Mel Blanc, what did you say?
I do.
Mel, never use those 2 horrible words in my presence. Well, I hope I helped you out. Well, I guess it's high time. I better be going now.
Yep, it's high time, and thanks for the idea. Say, where you going now, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see 2 years before the Mass, or I can go home and look at 20 years behind the 8 ball. So long, Mel.
Well, At last I've got a way to get out of my troubles. I'll be an English lawyer, and I'll have Zuki tell Mr. Colby I'm coming over tonight. Oh, Zuki!
And you actually saw the lawyer arriving in town, Zuki?
Yeah, Mr. Colby. He came in by airplane. He came in by automobile. He came in under a freight car.
Oh, that's a funny one. Well, he'd probably come with the money. Oh, here, have a smoke, Zuki. It's a quarter cigar.
Oh, gee, it's wonderful. Who smoked the other 3 quarters?
Oh, here, I'll light it for you. There we are. Colby, a millionaire.
Gee. It's like a Corona. It's Havana smudge pot.
That's probably the lawyer now. I'll answer the door. Oh, good evening.
I am Smythe Twombly of Whistle and all that sort of rot. I'm looking for Mr. Colby and all that sort of rot.
Well, won't you come inside? I'm Mr. Colby.
Well, how are you, old bean?
Oh, tip-top, old man. And you?
Sen, old breath.
Sen. I always thought Englishmen said pip-pip.
Frankly, old boy, I've had a very tiresome journey. I'm too poop to pip.
Smythe Twombly, tell me, where in London does your firm have its office?
Number 10 Downing Street.
But Atlee lives there.
We're putting on new help all the time. Nice fellow, Clem.
Clem? Oh, then I suppose you know Winnie.
Who?
Winnie.
All right. Now about the money.
Oh, yes, the money. When do I get it?
Mr. Colby, there isn't any money.
What?
You don't get a red cent. I mean, you don't get a love and a farthing.
Why? It's Mel Blanc. I get it, Mel. Oh, it's an April Fool joke. You're trying to make me think I'm not getting the money, aren't you?
You're not. Mr. Colby, now don't get excited, but it was me who called you up in the first place. What? You're not getting a penny.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Come now, you're not trying.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Mr. Colby, please, I didn't mean it. Don't break my bones.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to take this gun and shoot you instead.
Shoot me? Oh, Mr. Colby, please. Break my bones.
Nope. I'm going to shoot you.
Oh, here, start on my arm. Go ahead, snap it in half. Enjoy yourself. Go ahead.
It's no use. I'm going to shoot you with this 45.
Mr. Colby, couldn't you wait until the 47s come out?
Nothing doing. Stand still, you idiot. I'm going to shoot you right in the brain. It'll take 20 or 30 shots, but I'll find it.
Oh, he did. Oh, gosh. I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd die. I'm going now. My whole life is passing before me. What a disappointment I've been. Even when I was born, my parents wanted to hear the patter of little feet around the house. But I disappointed them. I walked on my hands. I remember how my mother used to count my toes. 8, 9, 10, 11. Then she counted the other foot. I tried to help the family by selling magazines on street corners. I sold Time magazine on one corner, and the pretty girl sold Life on the opposite corner. On windy days, I had the time of my life. I don't want to die.
April Fool! Come on, get up, you nincompoop.
Mel, you're not dying. Then I'm not shot? I'm not dying?
No, Mel, old boy. Mr. Colby shot blank with a blank.
Eat. What? Were all you people listening outside?
That's right. Bear, you never fooled me. I knew it was an April Fool joke immediately. But I turned the tables on you. Now, gentlemen, thanks for helping me with my little joke. And if you don't mind, I'd like to have my soap, chips, and caviar back.
April Fool!
What do you mean?
Try and get it.
Gosh, Mel, how long do you think you'll be able to hide out in your fix-it shop?
Until your father calms down, Betty. Gosh, what a day this has been. Oh, somebody wants me to fix something. I'll answer the phone, Betty. Hello, Mel's Fix-It Shop. If it's on the blink, bring it to blank.
Is this Mel Blanc himself?
Yes?
Congratulations, Mr. Blanc. This is the Tub of Diamonds radio program. You've just won a 1947 packet and $10,000 in cash. Well, Mr. Blanc, what do you say to that?
Shut up.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Fresh and lively and very pleasant to taste is Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. As soon as the brush touches your teeth, Colgate tooth powder makes rich, active foam that cleans and freshens every corner of your mouth. Makes your breath sweeter. Yes, indeed. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And oh, what a wonderful cleansing job Colgate tooth powder does. Leaves your teeth with that pearly smooth feeling, reveals their natural brilliance. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. Norman Gray, the electric shaver tester. The Martins and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Caught in the rain and found ourselves on the doorstep of number 10 Motorbine Lane. And wasn't it a lucky thing? The man came out to explain that we were just just the right people for number 10 Lullaby Lane. He told us we could move right in if we would sign the lease. But when we said we weren't glad, he said he was all for the just for the peace. So if you're in the neighborhood and you get caught in the rain, you'll find us waiting to greet you at number 10 Lullaby Lane.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that Wednesday night merrymaker.
Come on, make it
that
fast.
That tickler of America's funny bone.
We've got a long show.
Everybody's favorite.
Just a minute, Mr. Wallington. All right, come in.
Pardon me, brother. I got to test this mic. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Just a minute, mister. We're on the air.
Don't be too sure, bud. That's what I'm here to find out. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Say, what is this? Who are you?
Look, pal, I happen to be assistant chief technician of this network.
Oh, so?
So I got to make sure you're on the air, don't I? If you're not on the air, it looks bad for the network.
Well,
So I'm checking if you're on the air. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Look, tell me one thing, will you? How can you tell by woof-woofing and yelling, hello, Max, if I am on the air?
Why, it's simple. Out in Jersey, on the 16th floor of our transmitter tower, sits Max.
And who is Max?
Max is only the chief technician of the whole network, that's all.
Oh.
Yeah, Max is sitting in front of a radio. If he hears me, you're on the air.
Well, how can you tell if Max hears you?
Max will ring up and tell me.
Oh,
Then you go right ahead. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Say, Fred, while we're waiting for Max's call, do you mind if I finish introducing you? I've got to get away.
No, go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
Hold it. That's for me. Hello, Max. Oh, you didn't, huh? Okay, I'll try again. Huh? What, the last race? Yeah, it was Little Caporis by 4 legs. No, I don't know what he paid. So long, Max.
That was Max?
Yeah, he didn't hear me.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Now, just a minute, please. My knowledge of radio mechanics may be limited, but there must be another way of finding out whether or not we are on the air. Can't we just call up Jack Benny's writers?
You're on the air when Max says you are.
Oh, and until then...
It's 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Now, 2 minutes ago, 3 vice presidents gave me their personal signals. 4 technicians threw in switches. 5 lights went on saying we're on the air.
But, pal, we're not getting nowhere. It's too hot in here to argue. It's too cold outside to picket.
So?
1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max. Hi, fellas. What's going on?
What isn't going on, Kenny?
Woof, woof. Hello, Max. Woof, woof. Who's this guy with the dog talk?
Oh, he's a big technician. He's trying to find out if we're on the air.
Oh. 1, 2, 3. Woof, woof. Hello, Max. Oh, I'll get it. Hello, Max. Oh, you still can't hear, huh?
Has he got his radio plugged in?
Quiet, Stope. No, that's you, Max. Some jerk here just asked if you got your radio plugged in. Oh. Well, plug it in, Max. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Now, pardon me, Edison. Can't you just call up somebody outside who has a radio and ask them if they can hear us?
Listen, Dope. Max is a graduate of 5 technical institutes. 15 years Max has been studying frequency modulation. 12 diplomas Max has got for majoring in short wave.
So what?
So you want to take a layman's word against Max's. I'm laughing.
But now, wait a minute.
Please. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Oh, this is it. Hello, Max. Oh, you still can't hear, huh? Well, look, maybe an N52 FDX shorter than the VIM condenser, huh?
Has he got his radio turned on?
Look, buddy. Hey, Max, that lunk here just said... Hey, Max, you know that little dial under the window of your radio? Yeah, the window with the numbers of the stations on it. Well, on one side of the dial it says off, and on the other side it says on. Now, to which side is it pointing? Oh. Well, turn it to on. Yeah, go ahead, Max. Hey, Max, what are you yelling about? Stop being so jumpy. When you turn the dial, a light always goes on in the window. Sure. Okay, here I go again.
Gee, I don't...
Poor Max. The responsibility of the job is ruining his nerves. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Thank heavens Marconi didn't live to see this.
This is it for dope. Hello, Max. You heard it? Great work, Max. See you later.
Well?
You're on the air.
Mr. Wallington.
And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Well, that was... Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's too bad to have you applaud so frequently there. I was going to use that other reception, make it do for this, but of course you're in the mood. And now, before anybody else can say 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max, we turn to a brief resume of the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents a few brisk highlights from the world of news. Bear Mountain, New York. A peculiar animal, a member of the deer family, is added to the zoological collection at Trailside Museum in Bear Mountain Park. Unusual quadruped found grazing at roadside baffles zoo curator and New York mammal authorities who have been asked to identify this ruminant freak. Texaco News interviews ranger who found the forest monstrosity to get the species lowdown for all America. Presenting then, Mr. Buford Hike. Just what is your job, Buford?
I'm a forest ranger ranging out at Bear Mountain.
Oh, I see. Well, what about this unusual animal you caught up there, Buford?
Never seen a critter like it.
You don't say. Can you describe it for us?
No living man can describe that nature's mess.
Well, you can give us an idea. What was it like?
Well, sir, from a distance, it looked like a jumbo mouse.
A jumbo mouse?
Yeah, it was albino-colored with dirty brown spots on it.
Uh-huh.
Looked like somebody had shot at it with a water pistol full of peanut butter and missed.
It was from a distance. Well, how did it look close to?
Well, the head was that of a stunted otter.
A stunted otter?
Yep. Out of the forehead hung 2 caribou ears.
Yeah.
It had a short beaver neck with no Adam's apple. The body was a cross between a big mongoose and a bandicoot.
Well, how about the legs?
The gol darn thing had 3 antelope legs, and the 4th leg was a puma paw.
The 4th leg, really?
And hanging down in the back was no tail.
Hanging in the back? What did you do when you had caught it, Buford?
Well, I took it straight off to the zoo and set it down in front of the curator.
And what was the curator's reaction?
He took one look at the thing, jumped up, and said, "The man who caught that's a liar."
Louisville, Illinois. Wife of Clay County farmer presents proud father with twins weighing 22 pounds. Case called unique in authenticated medical annals arouses nationwide interest. Texaco News interviews neighbor of the happy mother to check on the giant twins. Presenting Mrs. Wilkie Snipe. You know about the twins, Mrs. Snipe?
Yep, they sure are bulky babies, all right.
You've actually seen them?
I was there when the stork come.
And the twins weighed 22 pounds?
Yep, the stork had 4 eagles helping him. And a sparrow.
A sparrow?
The sparrow was carrying the safety pins.
Oh, Beaumont, Texas. Innovation in boat launching technique proves great success at local shipyards. New cargo boat, the Cape Lookout, is launched with bananas instead of customary ship grease. Texaco News grills Maritime Authority to learn if the banana is to revolutionize all future launchings. Presenting Captain Squall.
Heave-ho, mate.
Well, you can drop your anchor there any place, Captain.
Aye, matey, I will.
I just missed your foot. You're lucky, aren't you? Well, tell me, Captain, do you think the banana will replace the outmoded grease at ship launchings?
Off my bone. If the banana ain't put the skids under grease for good.
Well, how did bananas work out when you launched the Cape Lookout at Beaumont last week?
Well, sir, heave to and I'll tell you.
Fine, I shall.
We took 7,000 pounds of ripe, juicy bananas.
I see.
We squished them up and spread this goo all over the hull.
Yeah?
Soon as the boat was bananaed, well gooed from prow to stern, I gave the signal.
And?
The 400 men who was holding the boat let go. That's all, brother.
The banana? the banana is making a big difference in Beaumont shipyards, I imagine.
Yes, sir. When you see a man at Beaumont with a banana today...
Yes?
Nobody knows if he's going out to lunch or out to launch.
New York City, that's all, brother. New York City, New York. The latest smash hit show to open on Broadway is Morris Hart's musical play starring Miss Gertrude Lawrence called Lady in the Dark. Critics strain at their adjectives, praising show and individual performances. And showmen predict Lady in the Dark will run a year. Texaco News brings you a digest version of this new hit show, Lady in the Dark. Lady in the Dark.
Oh, Mr. Bascom, really?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker comes from out of the nowhere into your ear, and the title of Kenny's song is based on a remark Gilbert made the first time he met Sullivan. Gilbert said, "We could make such beautiful music together."
Such beautiful music together. We could sing the loveliest love songs together. Our hearts beat in tempo, the sound of our voices ring, the touch of our hands makes us sing. The touch of our lips will be magic. Lovely chords resound from the blend of a few notes. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, no blue notes. Say the words that I long for. Let him be the theme of our song, for we could make such beautiful music together. We don't need a singing violin to thrill us. We don't need a thrumming of a heartbeat song. Neath the stars, the beauty of the night will fill us. We can make a symphony that's all ours. Lovely chords resound from the blend of a few notes. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, no blue notes. Say the words that I long for. Let them be the theme of our song, for we could make such beautiful music together.
Say, Mr. Allen,
Yes?
I sing that good enough to get a sled?
What do you mean, a sled?
Dennis Day's going to get a sled. Jack Benny's going to give him one.
Oh, I don't believe that.
All right, look at this letter I just got from Dennis. Read what it says right down there at the bottom.
Mr. Benny likes my singing so much, he is going to give me a present. He has promised me that the next time it snows in Hollywood, he will get an old grapefruit crate and build me a sled.
Boy, is that generosity.
All right, Kenny, I refuse to be outdone. If it snows in Hollywood, and if Mr. Benny builds Dennis a grapefruit crate sled, I personally will buy you the largest size flexible flyer that's made.
Gee, a flexible flyer. That's a whole lot better than a grapefruit crate.
Oh, yes, Kenny. On this program, we appreciate the importance of flexibility, and that's because we have Larry Elliott to point it out to us. Do you mind pointing again, Larry?
Well, people who drive a car north of the freezing line, and that takes in most of the country this time of year, are called upon for driving skill that's flexible enough to match snow, ice, and uncertain weather conditions. And that sort of driving demands flexible power from a gasoline, too. The kind of surging, constant, yet flexible power supplied by Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Yes, that's what you really want for winter driving. Then you know you're in control, whether you're crawling through traffic at 4 miles or cruising the highway at 40. That feeling of Sky Chief power underfoot adds to your confidence. It takes hold quickly, gets you rolling fast. Your car responds to your every demand quietly and smoothly. Fly the highways with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Maestro Goodman and his ensemble have just played Dark Eyes from Mr. Goodman's optical condition of the same name. And now, ladies and...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, hello, Portland. God.
Can we use your microphone a minute?
We?
Yes. There's a lady outside, and she's all unstrung.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, string her and bring her in.
You can come in, miss. Thank you.
What is it you want, madam?
I have got to get to a microphone. It is urgent.
Urgent?
I have a message that will turn radio into a hive of futility.
Well,
My message will cause every swing band in radio to give itself up.
No kidding.
My message will force every radio tenor to quit.
And you want to use my microphone for this devastating announcement?
If I may.
All right. I shall present you. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for a very important message. Go ahead, madam.
I have just had a henna rinse.
That is all?
That is all.
You say every swing band will give itself up, every radio tenor will have to quit because you have had a henna rinse? Who are you, lady?
I was formerly Jeannie with the light brown hair.
Now, look for... Standing right next to me, and I didn't recognize her. I should have at least placed her by ear, if by not by eye. Now, look, Portland, the next time you come in here, I suggest that you emulate the bee.
The bee?
Yes, when the bee goes anyplace, he leaves his wax outside. Now, you keep bringing these wax in here.
What's a wax?
Well, ask your mother. She raised enough of them. You know there are more whacks in your family than there are in a spanking? Do you know how many... Oh, I had another line there, didn't I? You won't go ahead, huh? Do you know how many whacks there are in a spanking?
Nobody knows. You can't see to count them.
Why can't you?
Because your back is always turned.
Goodbye, Portland.
Am I going?
Yes, you are. But before you go, introduce our guest, Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month.
But Major Beau's week is next week.
Oh, this isn't Major Beau's week, is it? That's right. Well, who is our guest tonight?
He's the most shaved man in the world.
The most shaved man?
Yes. He shaves 20 times a day, and yet he's never completely shaved.
Well, who is this hirsute phenomenon, Portland?
He's the head electric shaver tester for the Schick Shaver Company, Mr. Norman Gray.
Well, good evening, Mr. Gray.
Good evening, Fred.
Now, Portland tells me, Mr. Gray, that you, from the neck up, are the official proving ground for the Schick Shaver Company.
That's right, Fred.
And your job demands that you keep shaving all day long?
Yes, Fred. I test 3 different sorts of electric shavers. The present Schick model, experimental new models, and the models that our competitors are putting out.
Well, I guess you're pretty happy after testing a competitor shaver if you can rush into the front office with part of your jowl gone and shout, "Hooray at gougers," unquote. But tell me, Mr. Gray, I don't remember seeing the electric shaver invented in Edison the Boy or Edison the Man. Did Don Amici work it out in some other picture?
No, Fred. Colonel Schick invented the electric shaver back in 1930.
Well, how come? Did he have a heavy beard and a lot of old kilowatts he didn't know what to do with?
No. Colonel Schick was up in Alaska with the U.S. Army. It was too cold to shave with soap and water, so the colonel thought a dry shave would solve the problem. He worked on the idea and finally brought out the first electric shaver.
Proving once again that necessity is the what's there. Well, what is the principle of the chop tractor, Mr. Gray?
It's quite simple, Fred. The electric shaver consists of 2 slotted sheets of steel, one fixed and one moving.
Well, how is the potential goatee guillotine?
As the shaver moves along the face, the hairs are guided into tiny slots, where they are sheared off by the inside shearing head that moves back and forth.
Well, that accounts for the subdued humming, the obligato most shavers give out with each once-over lightly.
Yes, it's caused by the speed of the machine. The inside shearing head makes more than 14,000 cutting motions a minute.
14,000? Well, that's almost as fast as my scenes were cut out of a certain moving picture. by a certain semi-bald comedian who broke into the studio and cut by candlelight at midnight. But excuse me, Mr. Gray, in a discussion that concerns hair, this party's name, of course, is entirely out of place.
I understand, Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Now tell me, how long has your face been giving its all to these chin landscapers?
I've been doing this work for 6 years.
Well, why has your face been singled out for testing? Are you just razorgenic? Have your bristles got that old AC and DC appeal?
No. My job is testing shavers, Fred. I have to use somebody's face, and my face is the handiest.
Uh-huh. Well, suppose you have a busy day and use up your own face completely. You have it shaved as smooth as a seal's hip. Now, how do you... I'm speaking from memory. I haven't seen a seal for years, honestly. But now you've shaved your face smooth. Now, how do you get some whiskers in a hurry? You send out an SOS for Paul Muni? Or whom do you get?
There are 12 assistant engineers whose faces I use occasionally.
Oh, they always have a little fuzz on tap, huh?
Yes, these men are all instructed to come to work unshaven, Fred.
But tell me, how many shavers do you test in a day?
I may have to shave 20 times during the day.
Gosh, I don't know how you do it. Unless you come to work with a long face, of course.
That isn't necessary, Fred. I never shave my entire face at one time. I only use a small square patch for each test.
In other words, you are shaving constantly from morning to night, and yet you are never completely shaved.
That's right.
Well, yours is the only life I know of where it's a case of hair today and hair tomorrow, too, Mr. Gray. But about your 12 fur-bearing assistants, do you use their faces every day, or only when your own chin fodder is getting low?
I use them all the time, Fred. My face is useless for some experiments.
Why is that?
Well, all beards and all skins aren't alike, and we must be sure that our shavers are suited to all beards. I have the faces I work on classified into many types.
Well, would you say my face fitted into any of your categories? Don't look at it all at once. It'll undo you. Just take a side slant, mister. Would you say that my face fitted into any of your categories, Mr. Gray?
Yes. At a glance, I would say your skin is the sensitive type.
Really? Well, it may look sensitive, but after 9 years in radio, Mr. Gray, I have the skin of a $2 suitcase. Well, it's been nice of you to stop by this evening and tell us how we can keep chick and span, and to give us the lowdown on your almost unique occupation. I guess you and Mickey Rooney are the only ones who can boast of similar careers.
I don't see the connection, Fred.
Well, Mickey Rooney also makes a good living, Mr. Gray. And like you, Mickey is nothing but a perennial shaver.
Wow. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Horton Gray. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rehearse a song they're preparing for all folks who are receiving their income tax blanks these days. The Martin song is Cheer Up.
Don't fret because of rain, you'll get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. You missed the boat today, there's another on the way. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. Just sing a happy song, someone may come along. Heads up, can't you see that silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but you've got a smile to share. Cheer up, what's the use of being glum? So won't you cheer up, the best is yet to. Keep on, keep on, song. Keep on, keep on, in old Tibet. The people don't hurry, they live a century right through. La la la, they have an antidote for worry. I'll pass the secret on to you. Don't fret, because of rain you get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, cheer up, cheer up, cheer up. The best is yet to come. You missed the boat today, there's another one on the way. Cheer up, cheer up. The best is yet to come. So sing a happy song, someone may come along. Heads up, can't you see the silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but you've got a smile to share. Cheer up, what's the use of being glum? So won't you cheer up, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Cheer up, cheer up, cheer up.
The Martins, ladies and gentlemen.
Pardon me, Mr. Allen. May I interrupt? Has anybody here seen anything of a locomotive? A large locomotive with clouds of smoke simply swishing out.
A locomotive? Well, what do you want?
Well, I am Rembrandt van Twert, the artist.
Yeah.
You see, I've been commissioned to paint a picture of a locomotive roaring along with smoke. Beautiful smoke just pouring from its stack.
Well, can't you borrow a locomotive from one of the railroad companies?
Well, I've tried them all. They only have those diesels and electric locomotives. I've got to find a locomotive with smoke coming out.
Well, I'm sure I don't think we have one. I'm sure we haven't one around here, but I am positive, Rembrandt, that if anybody listening in has such a locomotive, they'll be very happy to lend it to you, just as anyone who has an automobile will gladly lend an ear to Jimmy Wallington.
It's a thrilling sight to see a locomotive roaring along the tracks with its smoke trailing in the air. But when you're driving behind a car with a smoky exhaust, that smoke can mean trouble. For when a car smokes, the chances are it's due to excessive engine wear. Then a costly repair job is the only sure cure. So before your car becomes a smoker, help safeguard your engine against these three sources of wear that so often make cars smoke. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change now to insulated Haviland to help avoid the grinding wear of cold start. For this motor oil flows freely at low temperatures. It stands up, too, under extreme engine heat, which can break down ordinary oils and accelerate wear. Insulated Haviland is also distilled. Carbon-forming impurities are removed. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Keep an Eye on Your Heart, played by one rabid music lover. Started to applaud Mr. Goodman, but I put him down there. Mr. Goodman and... gosh, the actors don't know what they're doing. They're applauding each other here. That was Keep an Eye on Your Heart, if possible. I don't know how you do it, but it says here, played by Mr. Goodman and his gas pump Philharmonic. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Who is it?
It is I, Goodman, excusing the interruption.
Well, what's on your mind, Maestro?
40 cents from you I'd like to collect.
Well, I don't owe you 40 cents.
40 cents to Kenny Baker I am lending, against his salary and my good judgment.
Well, I am not advancing any more money out of Kenny's salary to anyone. Now, you go find Mr. Baker and collect from him direct.
To collect 40 cents, I should rent a bloodhound?
I don't care if you hire a retriever.
I should get a Sam Bernard, maybe?
I don't... You'll knock a poor little dog down leaning on it like that. Get a Sam Bernard. I don't care if you get a singing Sam. You shouldn't have given Kenny the money in the first place. I have a good mind not to let him in. Well, all right. Come in.
Is this the Texaco Star Theater?
Yes?
I got 2 pounds of sugar here for the Star.
Well, I didn't
A fella by the name of Baker.
Oh, of course. For a second, I forgot my place. Ching number 2 boy. I tell you, son, you'll probably find the Star, Mr. Baker, the Star, backstage.
Thanks.
Come in.
I'm from the AMP with the COD.
Now, if you're talking in code, mister...
I got 4 unsqueezed oranges here for Kenny Baker. COD 15 cents.
Well, just follow that other boy, and the sooner the better.
He delivering something to Baker, too?
Yes, sugar.
Thanks, honey.
Well, now I've been called everything, I guess. Mr. Goodman, I'm afraid that's where your 40 cents has gone. Sugar and oranges.
Who paid for the honey?
The honey was on me. I wonder what Kenny's doing with sugar and oranges.
Mr. Allen?
Oh, yes, Portland?
Have you got a ball of twine?
No, I haven't, and I always have a ball of twine with me, too. I have buck teeth, and I use it for dental floss, but just tonight. Say, what do you want with twine?
Well, I've got to hang up this sign.
What sign?
It's for Kenny's orange juice stand.
What does it say?
If Mr. Allen's jokes are dry, Kenny's orange juice you should try.
There was a pip in the title there, wasn't there? I tipped your tongue up on it. Well, what is this? Does Kenny think he's going to sell orange juice in here while the program's going on?
Hey, Porty.
Yes, Kenny?
Did you hang up my sign?
Well, I haven't any string.
Where do you think you're going to hang that sign, Kenny?
Well, Mr. Goodman is always standing with his back to the audience. If I can rent his back, I can hang it there.
What's this? Goodman's back is getting a commercial?
Never mind that. Kenny, you can't sell orange juice during the program.
Why not? I'm all set. I've got the sugar and 4 oranges.
4 oranges? There are 1,300 people here in the studio. Now, suppose they all want juice.
Don't worry, F.A. I've got a formula.
I'll answer it. Hello? What? Gosh.
Who is it, Portland?
The water department. They say there's a leak here.
A leak?
There's 150 gallons of water missing.
It's the wrong number. Hang up, Porty.
Kenny, something tells me you know about this H2O.
What's H2O got to do with water?
Portland, tell the water department that we have discovered the leak.
All right.
Tell them it was caused by a little drip. Now, listen, Neptune Baker. Where did you get this formula? 4 oranges and 150 gallons of water.
But that's all a tank could hold, F.A.
What tank?
That big one backstage. You know, the one they used to use for sound effects in the Showboat program.
Well, I thought Captain Henry was living in there waiting for a sponsor. You use that one. Well, Kenny, you can't sell that over-diluted bilge for orange juice.
You think I use too much water?
No, you're just 1 orange short, that's all.
Okay, I'll fix it. Mr. Anlick, throw in a tangerine.
Kenny, who is out there?
That's Mr. Anlick, my partner.
Yes, Mr. Anlick is sitting on the edge of the tank, stirring the orange juice with a ladle.
That's no ladle. That's my fife.
Mr. Goodman, please. Why didn't you put the Sam Bernard in there? Now, that's where you... Kenny, how did this fellow Anlick put you up to this mock orange juice business?
Mr. Anlick is an expert on water.
What was that splash?
Gosh, it's Mr. Anlick. He fell in the tank.
In the orange juice?
It's okay. He's wearing water wings.
But your orange juice will taste of Anlick.
Foxy Kenny, a new flavor he's inventing. Portland, will you go help Mr. Anlick out, please?
Sure, Kenny.
Kenny, how did you get mixed up with this liquid lumpkin Anlick?
Well, I met Mr. Anlick at the Battery.
Yeah?
We were looking out at the ocean. Mr. Anlick was skinning an orange.
Yeah?
He pointed out at the water and said, with this orange and that water, we can make a fortune.
And then what happened?
Then Mr. Anlick asked me how much money I had.
And you told him?
I said I knew where there was 40 cents. From then on, I, Goodman, was a marked man.
Now, you keep out of this, Maestro. Kenny, you'd better get rid of this Anlick.
Well, everything's all right, Kenny.
Did you get Mr. Anlick out of the tank, Porty?
Uh-huh. He's back on the job, dripping, but stirring.
What took you so long?
Mr. Anlick was diving for a cigar.
Well, the minute Anlick is dry, he's getting out of
Please,
here.
F.A., Mr. Anlick is very sensitive.
I don't care if Mr. Anlick...
Mr. Anlick is in again.
And it's your fault, F.A.
Oh, I better help him out again.
What is Anlick doing again? Trying to commit citrus suicide? Kenny, you will never sell a glass of that stuff after what people have just heard.
But Mr. Anlick says if we get one stand started, we can float alone. Anlick already is floating alone. In the orange juice.
No, he didn't get a laugh with 2 sentences, so he breaks the sentences up and gets laughs.
No, I mean float alone in the bank.
Oh.
The bank, he says. My brother-in-law used to work in a bank.
What happened?
What always happens. Again, they caught him.
I should have known.
Mr. Anlick is out again, Kenny.
How are things going?
Oh, fine. Mr. Anlick is wheeling the tank outside to chill the orange juice.
Oh, boy, we're ready for business. Mr. Goodman, I have great news for you. I'll settle for 30 cents. Because you loaned me the money to get started at only 8%, I'm going to show you my appreciation. I'll settle for 20 cents.
What are you going to do for Mr. Goodman, Kenny?
I'm going to let Mr. Goodman drink the first glass of Baker Anlick orange juice free of charge. I'll settle for a bromo seltzer. I'll be right back.
Look, if you drink that orange juice, when he talks with a dialect, he speaks straight. You see, that's what... Look, Maestro, if you drink that orange juice, Maestro, you will settle for the Mayo Clinic.
It can't be so bad, Mr. Goodman. After all, it has 4 oranges and sugar.
And 150 gallons of water.
And Analik. Delicious.
I'm going to put a stop to this thing.
Faye, have you got an ice pick?
What happened out there?
The orange juice froze.
Well, let Mr. Analik worry about it.
He is worrying. He's frozen in it.
What?
Up to his neck. Is Mr. Analik in solid?
Not with me, he isn't. And now that your assets are frozen, Kenny, you're out of business. You'd better forget the whole thing.
Well, all right, F.A. Here's your 40 cents back again, Mr. Goodman.
Kenny, where did you get that 40 cents?
From 4 kids outside. I'm charging them 10 cents apiece to play hockey on the orange juice.
Did Mr. Analik okay the deal?
He's too busy. The kids are using his head for a puck.
For the first time in his life, Analik is using his head.
Now, wait a minute. You can't say that about my ex-partner. Mr. Analik's dearer to me than my own brother.
Gee, Kenny, your own brother?
My own brother. That's for me. Come in. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Kenny.
Joe, are you dearer to me than Mr. Analik?
No.
So long, Joe.
So long, Kenny.
That was your own brother.
That's funny.
What's funny?
I haven't got a brother.
Well, this is a fine time to bring it up. Now, go ahead and sing your song.
Oh, I just remembered, Mr. Allen.
What?
I've got a sister.
Oh, now, look, Kenny.
I should have said Mr. Analik is dearer to me than my own sister.
Your own sister?
My own sister. Come in. Hello, Mabel.
Hello.
Mabel, are you as dear to me as Mr. Analik?
No.
So long, Mabel.
So long.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Kenny Baker's own sister. And now, Kenny...
But, Mr. Allen, my sister is a blonde.
Mr. Goodman, will you please stop and...
Her name isn't Mabel. It's Yvonne.
Mr. Goodman, will you start your hurdy-gurdy outfit, please?
At Montmartre, Paris, where life is gay and free, a bright and airy dance you will always see. I'm French as French can be, and it is plain to see. I love romance and glee, and they're always free. Girls wink and dance like toys, throwing kisses to the boys. Glide and whirl just like coquettes, they are free from all regret. As for the happy crowd, they all sing la-la-la, dancing, whirling all night long, they sing this happy song. La-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. For life is gay, so sing and dance, la-la-la. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. For life is gay, so sing and dance, la-la-la. Light dancing in Paris. La 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 la. For life is gay, so sing and dance. La 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 la. La 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 la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La 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 la. For life is gay, so sing and dance. La la la.
Just completed a Neapolitan medley. And now our special quiz program, ladies and gentlemen, Fake It or Believe It. And here's our first contestant, this young lady right here. What is your name, miss?
Petunia Sludge.
And your occupation, Miss Sludge?
I work in a freak show. I'm two of the legs of the four-legged girl.
Well, all right, Miss Sludge. Here is your first question. What word of three letters stands for a sluggish, lifeless element?
3 letters, and it stands for a sluggish, lifeless element.
No cueing from the audience, please. Now, let's come, Miss Sludge. What is the word? A sluggish, lifeless element in 3 letters.
I got it.
Fine. What is it?
Man.
Oh. No, Miss Sludge. The word is dud. D-U-D, dud.
What's a dud?
Well, for further details, I refer you to Dr. James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. Duds cause a lot of trouble at this time of the year, don't they, Dr. Wallington?
Indeed they do, Dr. Allen. Now is the time of the year when duds, the sluggish, lifeless elements in gasoline, get in their deadliest work. Duds slow up your motor's response in any weather. But when it's cold, when your engine depends on just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor, those duds can hold up starting action, can put a serious extra burden on your battery. Now, with Texaco Fire Chief, you can be sure you're not getting duds. They're out, completely removed by an important step in Texaco refining. That's what's behind those speedy Fire Chief starts. It's smooth pickup and fast warm-up. For in Fire Chief, you get only the lively, responsive elements in gasoline. The ones that vaporize quickly, fire evenly, and give full economical power. Try a Texaco dealer and Fire Chief. There's not a dud in the tank full.
And now the Texaco workshop players. Tonight they take cognizance of the recent cold snap that gripped the country. While severe snowstorms harassed the east and middle west, southern areas gloated over tropical weather it was enjoying. Southern area gloated over. I had too much south in there. I felt the place heat up there. Southern area gloated. Thank you. 3 men from Dixie. Thank you very much. Well, severe snow. You can't read it. I defy anybody to read it. While severe snowstorms harassed the east and middle west, southern area gloated over tropical weather it was enjoying. Flashes from the swanky winter resorts all told the same story.
Miami and Beach, enjoying Banner season. Mrs. Biddle Diddle has open house.
Palm Beach enjoying Banner season. Mrs. Biddle Diddle Biddle has open house.
Bermuda enjoys Banner season. Mrs. Biddle Diddle Diddle Biddle has open house.
And so for the benefit of the plain folks who haven't a biddle to their names, no biddle name, For you in the colder vicinities who are unable to flee Jack Frost and take to a warmer clime, tonight we present a stay-at-home's cruise. Lean back in your lumpy Morris chairs, folks. Forget the wintry wind and the nippy nonce. Join us on an imaginary jaunt to the gayest winter resort of them all, colorful, tropical Havana. Music, Alfredo. Havana, glamorous city of palm trees, coconuts, and eternal sunshine. As our boat, the SS Perfidia, glides into the picturesque harbor, a lady tourist turns to the captain and says,
"Is this the harbor, Captain?"
See, lady, see.
"It's the sea, Merwin."
"I told you."
As the SS Perfidia docks, and we stop at the customs shed, we find that most of the natives here speak Spanish. Many tourists have difficulty with this foreign tongue. we watched a couple ahead of us as they prepare for the usual customs inspection.
Open up the bags, Harvey. Here comes the inspector.
Okay, Beulah.
Dispense me, senor. Americano?
America. Oh, yeah, we're Americans from New York.
The Bronx.
Don't be so specific, Beulah. We're from New York.
Si, senor. Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco?
Huh?
I guess he means our luggage, Harvey.
Oh, yeah, everything's here, bud.
Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
Huh?
Camino de tobacco.
Oh, tobacco.
Si.
He means, are we sneaking in any tobacco?
Tobacco, si, senor.
No, I ain't got none. I don't smoke. I'm a coffee drinker.
Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
That's what he said before, Harvey.
This bum's got a one-crack mind.
Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
Oh, he's getting mad, Harvey.
Look, fella, we ain't got no tobacco. Hey, let go of my wind pressure,
Lucia, camino de tobacco. Camino de tobacco.
Heavens, here's a cop, Harvey.
Hey, senora, what is the trouble? What? It's this customs guy, that's what.
He's menacing us in Spanish.
Camino de tobacco.
Yeah. He thinks we're smuggling tobacco, officer.
I will find out the trouble. ¿Qué quiere usted decir? Americanos, Bronx, se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
Ah, si. The custom man, he see you are from New York. He ask a simple question. About bringing in tobacco? No. He say, in New York, is Tobacco Road still running?
From the customs house, we proceed to the Prado, a main thoroughfare of Havana. The Prado is a gathering place for tourists. English-speaking guides tug at our mess jackets, inviting us to take their tours. One guide grasps us firmly by the nub of our trousers, and so then we decide to sample his jaunt. The tour is just about to leave. Now, okay, folks, the tour is just starting. Keep your eyes peeled and your Kodaks cocked, folks. I'll tell this native chauffeur to give it the gas. Miguel.
Si, senor.
Pronto el Texico.
Si, senor.
Now we're off, folks, and to your left you see Havana's waterfront. Deep-sea fishing is the second largest industry in Cuba.
What's the first?
Digging bait. That sailboat yonder is a fishing party.
Don't they use hooks and lines, guys?
No, lady. The natives use only their native pipes. Listen.
Hey, those are pitch pipes, ain't they?
That's right.
What kind of fish can they catch with pitch pipes?
Tuna, lady.
Look, guy, what are those native boys diving for?
They're diving for money, Buzz.
But they keep coming up with those slips of white paper.
Things is tough. They're diving for IOU. Now, over on your right, you see them beautiful trees. At this time of year, you can even hear the trees whispering in the breeze. Listen.
March 7th.
April 1st.
June 14th.
What kind of trees are those, guys?
Them are date palms making their dates, mister. This is their making season. Now, straight ahead in that river, folks, is one of Havana's famous hat-making plants. 20 natives are busy making straw hats.
I say, where is everybody? All I can see is the river.
Where did you get on, mister? The natives weave them Panama hats right in the river, brother. They're all busy right now, working underwater. I'll greet them. Hi, boys. And now, folks, in concluding with our tour, we come to the Capitol building in the heart of Havana, modeled after the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. The door of the Capitol is open. You can hear the Parliament in session.
I make motion 8 billion centimos ancien oro.
I second the motion 8 billion centimos ancien oro.
The bill is carried 8 billion centimos ancien oro.
8 billion? Are they voting on a project, guys?
No, lady. 8 billion centimos is 15 cents.
What is that ancien oro?
Old gold. Parliament is sending out for cigarettes. Back from our sightseeing tour, we join a small party about to take a trip through one of Havana's famous sugar plantations. As we enter the grounds, we hear the native sugar billies singing as they work in the fields. We stop to listen to the sugar billies.
Hand me down my sugar cane. Oh, hand me down my sugar cane. You can keep your sorghum, keep your beets, keep your glucose, though it's sweet. Just hand me down my sugar. Hand me down my sugar. Hand me down my sugar. Hand me my sugar cane.
We hand the sugar billies down their sugar cane to shut them up and turn to gaze in sticky awe at the great refining plant. We spend a pleasant hour watching the sugar granulators granulating and the sugar lumpers lumping. And we leave the plantation just as the sugar auctioneer mounts his stand to start calling his popular sugar auctioneer's chant.
Sweet sugar, sold its saccharine.
And so, leaving the sugar plantation with sweet memories, we plod our weary way back to town. As the fiery tropical sun plops into the placid briny slop, we scurry to the cattle boat that waits to bring us back over the billowy sea. Standing on the gangplank with our porter, we turn for a fond last look at the waving date trees. But near at hand, we notice two waving palms, and a voice from above these palms cries out,
Cheapskate old Americano, no tip old porter, old doggone.
And with the red cap fuming in the sunset, we say, Buenas, what's this, and funnel front mañana to dear old Havana. And now for Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of great importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
This Saturday afternoon, two of the most popular gems of the opera world, Pagliacci and Cavalleria Rusticana, will both be broadcast in the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. In the cast, you will hear two young American-born winners of the Sherwin-Williams Metropolitan Auditions of the Year, Anna Costas and Leonard Warren. Pagliacci and Cavalleria Rusticana will be the 9th Metropolitan Opera Saturday matinee, sponsored by the Texas Company, over another network of 211 stations reaching the entire Western Hemisphere. During intermissions, there will be the Opera Question Forum with Milton Cross and a curtain talk on our American way of living by Mrs. Sadie Orr Dunbar, President of the General Federation of Women's Clubs.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. And don't forget, join the all-American fight against infantile paralysis. Support the President's birthday celebration in your community. Give a dime or a dollar, but give. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.